Good evening, one and all. It's Friday, it's the end of the working week. It is absolutely bloody sweltering, that's what it is. It's time that we head on over to the home brewery. Welcome in, one and all. I'm sure there's some tuning into the Warframe category wondering what the hell are we looking at here, but today indeed we are returning to the Tenno's Tome of Warframes, my compendium of every single Warframe turned into 4 stages or 4 tiers of D&D monsters. That gives us an Initiate for Challenge Rating 4, an Adept for Challenge Rating 9, a Master for Challenge Rating 14, and the Prime for Challenge Rating 19. And until recently, this document was complete. But as with all things Warframe, updates happen, changes are introduced, and we have a brand new Warframe, Oraxia, who needs to be included. Now, I will be quite honest with you, I have only a passing thought as to how to introduce her specifically into this. I'm going to succeed at it, I've succeeded with all the others so far, but it's still going to take that actual, production and consideration. And so let's get on with that. Welcome in everyone, hope you're doing well where you are around the world today. Now, one good point about being in this position here is that I have already made all these past Warframes, including revamps of them for Hydroid and Naros, just little standout extras. And so we already have templates to work from in terms of how the whole thing should build up. So it's more a focus of translating Oraxia's unique capabilities. And oh boy, does she have some unique capabilities when we really think about it. So she has that invisibility on wall latch, which is certainly going to be an interesting one to cover. Is Grendel still a party wipe? Bite, you are referencing ancient texts at this point. Grendel was a party wipe more so than other Warframes back in its first playtest, and then that was fixed. Anyway, Oraxia has that wall latch invisibility, which is going to be an interesting one to address. Oraxia has that instant kill threshold, which definitely cannot be transferred over, but I can use something from that line. She's got that mass webbing area. That's actually about the easiest one to translate over, I would suppose. She's got the scuttlers and everything around that. That could be very curious to try and make work. And then her actual 4th ability, which is just a bundle of things happening at once. Alex asking, would I want to make post-rework Valkyrie as a second class eventually? I don't need to, because Valkyrie was a refresh. They call it a rework. I don't really consider it a rework when all 4 abilities are basically still identifiably them. It is still the same 4 abilities. She still has Ripline, it does some grouping on it now, and she pulls herself to the enemy rather than enemy to her, but otherwise it's still just Ripline. Her Warcry basically is just Warcry still. Her Paralysis is still Paralysis, her Hysteria is still Hysteria, just without the invuln on it. Valkyria didn't get a rework, a refresh is the distinction I would make. Whereas when you consider with Hydroid, Hydroid got an entirely new ability. Hydroid got an entirely never before seen passive. I know that Valkyria ended up with a new passive as well, but let's be honest, that passive was basically a rehash of Garuda's passive. And just more damage is not the same thing. It's just not. Hydroid plays entirely differently now. Inaros also had a major change to the nature of his abilities. So those two, absolutely, an address there. When it comes to Caliban, Caliban did have quite a shufty as well. But I think I kind of got ahead of that one, so it's all good. It is all good in the end on that. Kelton, thank you for the pop. So yeah, let's get our extra into here. Now, it's going to be interesting trying to bring this all together, but what I'm going to start with is just head straight on down to the Octavia page. Actually, screw that. Let's head one further down. If I head on down to the Protea page and then scroll up, this is the end of the Octavia section. So this is where I want to put in page break, which is where we're going to then bring in the section for Oraxia, and I'll fix the contents page afterwards. So we just put in a simple little slash page, boop, and we have ourselves a new page. Oraxia art go here. There we go. Page again. And this is where we actually get into Oraxia herself. And the starting point on that is to simply introduce the frame. Oraxia. Many peoples across many cultures all have a common phobia. May not affect everyone. Actually, I should just say common phobia, spiders. May not affect everyone, but it is ever present within the cultures. Oraxia serves only to reinforce that dread. The arachnid Warframe is everything one expects of an 8-legged predator. There we are. I think that gives just a simple intro for anyone who picks up this tome and doesn't know what the hell a Warframe is, let alone an Oraxia. They have a look at that, they don't, okay, spider themes. Right then, don't play it in the groups with the arachnophobe. Or maybe do if you're horrible. Red for Oraxia's dress? Sure, why not? Is it red? Red it is in the background. Hello, Alsu. Classic would draw inspiration from Wisp for going to effect on a turn. Oraxia makes use of her climb speed. Perhaps. Yeah. I was thinking that Wisp would be a good starting point to have a look at. You're very right there, Cub. So, we're on the same kind of line. But, let's get cracking into it. Now, the other thing to consider is the base stats. Oraxia is a curious one in that she has effectively two forms. She has her invisibility form and she has a health tank form. That health tank form is fed by her 1, but operates pretty much entirely off her 4. It's fed by her 1 for the healing and for the armor generation through health conversion. So half of that doesn't come online until she's in her prime, in terms of this design document. So the question is, do I make her a health approach from the start, and make it where that 4th and final spell isn't quite as drastic a change? Or do I go with the invis from the start, and then there's just this anomalous super health one at the end? This is one where the very split of tiers kind of gets in the way of the design of the frame. This happened as well with something like Mesa, where it's hard to beat the gun frame when pretty much all of the gun is on her last ability. So what I'm thinking is, honestly, to start off with her being a high health frame. This is similar to how I've made Garuda into a pretty high health frame as well. Solar Flare!
How is everyone doing this evening? More D&D stuff, let's go.
Absolutely, and I am doing well, aside from the bit where I'm sweltering. Also, never mind having tea. You know what, I should probably sip water to get started, because I am genuinely sweating in my office right now. But thank you very much for the 24 months, that's 2 years of support there. Much appreciated. You got that lovely bronze teapot to show for it. Alright then, let's get the first stat block in here. So what we're going to do is copy through the Protru Initiate one, because it's just right there. It gives me effectively the template. And let's just start tearing out the bits that need to be torn out. Oraxia Initiate. We'll figure out the armor in a moment. Figure out the hit points in a moment. All the other bits and pieces. Figure out the skills in a moment. Passive perception in a moment. Bullet jump is to be figured out. Moment of inspiration absolutely just does not exist here. I'll fill the other details as we go along. These lot can all just come out because they're all just going to be wrong. Alright then. And I'll need to figure out the stats as well. High health invisibility summons is going to be quirky. It is going to be quirky, yeah. Can be open to agree. Invis is also a counter to fair few features and spells require sight. It can definitely challenge people quite a bit by having that invis. And so by making the invis less of a feature, it can be more manageable. Doctor saying you can give her a legendary action so she can use her invis every other turn or do it as a recharge like Dragon's Breath. So I don't really do recharge stuff for most of this. If there's a spell, it's a spell, rather than recharging features. Legendary actions don't come online for really low level creatures. So, believe you me, I have ideas as to where I can go with this. It's just a case of choosing which one I'm going to work with. As mentioned earlier, there is the Wisp side of things. If we just pop down to Wisp real quickly here. Of course, that's not currently working because I've just messed with the page order. So Wisp may take the hide action in any conditions, becoming effectively invisible to creatures with a lower wisdom perception check than Wisp's dexterity stealth check. So that is how Wisp does it. Wisp, rather than just jump and it's automatic you're invisible, Wisp has to actually hide, but can do so anywhere, and then functionally becomes invisible if and only if the hiding succeeded. If, however, someone's perception is good enough, they can still just see Wisp. The invisibility passively fails, as it were. So she needs to have a better check than their passive, and then she can functionally vanish. And she still needs to actually act on taking that hide action. As a result of it being so onerous, it's actually really hard for her to do, because she doesn't have a passive, she doesn't have a bonus action hide. Nope, none of those bonus actions are a hide, so she can't just do it. If she wants to use that invisibility, she needs to actually use it with an action. And yeah, that just delays turn order. Did I make the bullet jump an action or bonus action? Neither. It's a modified jump. It is just a modified jump. It is part of the universal Warframe features right at the start. You can, by the way, just download this for free and have a look yourself. WFD&D. That is Warframe D&D, WFD&D. Gives you the link to the document just without Oraxia at the moment. Yeah, all of them have these general Warframe features. They can all double jump, they can all bullet jump, they all have void powered abilities, they all have swift hand, they all have versatile actions, they all have command companion. And then they also have access to exotic equipment and this debuff feature out of bounds. It's all there. Yeah, DND, the and symbol, the ampersand, it doesn't go too well in some commands, so I just don't use it for that, just in case the bot throws a wobbly. In terms of the bullet jump specifically, once per turn, a Warframe may turn any jump into a bullet jump, leaping with an incredible bound that defies even their normally observed strength. This jump does not require a run-up. Each Warframe stat block outlines how far it can bullet jump. And it's as simple as that. That is the entire feature as far as a bullet jump is concerned. It is just a bigger jump. It doesn't have damage or knockdown attached to it, because that would be adding on more and more scaling and features and confusions. So instead I've kept it on the simpler side, and it still does work for them because it is one hell of a distance they can cover. If I go, for example, let's pick a random one. Let's go to Vanilla Excalibur. Even at the basic Excalibur here, the Initiate, bullet jump distance is 12 foot vertical or 32 foot horizontal. So even at this challenge rating for Excalibur, can already just, with no run-up, go straight up 12 feet. And that is distance feet clear off the ground. Super jump, without even having to be an ability. It's just an innate feature. And because they have double jump, they can also then do another half jump at the top of that, because they won't have a run-up. Normal jump height for a 16 strength character for a vertical jump is 6 feet. So that they'll be 3 feet for the double jump in midair. Total clearance of 15 feet. That is 3 whole squares up. That is a huge, huge jump. When you take into account the height of a character and how far they can reach with a weapon. If you say that a Warframe is 6 feet tall, their reach is another half that again, so for another 3 feet. So they can reach 9 feet total upwards from where their feet are. They jump 15 feet in total. That is 24 feet of reach to the tip of their weapon at the very peak of that jump. Double jump. That is a lot of reach. So when you take all of that into account, you can get a lot done with that kind of bullet jump. And that is a challenge rating 4. When we get to the Prime, Excalibur Prime, bullet jump distance is 27 feet vertical and 66 feet horizontal. That's a dude that just goes up. That is just going up. If I remind myself, how tall is a 3-story house in feet? Just to get an idea. Google is saying typically between 30 and 40 feet. Okay, so a 27-foot vertical on the bullet jump there. You can jump the majority of a 3-story house. With just a little bit of clambering, that's just going to ledge grab onto the guttering and get onto the roof. Single jump. No check, no challenge, just does it. So yeah. We'll see, Ray. We'll see how the balancing comes out for any concentration. That is absolutely not my first, second, or third thought when it comes to designing these. Concentration is a balancing decision, not a starting point. Is there Excalibur Umbra in this D&D? There is not, no. Because the very design of them, where I approach next evil, I'll get to that. Because of the very design of them, I have taken operators out entirely, so functionally all of them are Umbra. All of them. Anyway, why approach you and evil? All Warframes are. They're all evil. They are just straight up evil. There is no operator in this. And the reason I don't have operator in this is one very, 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 very simple reason. This is designed as a compendium of monsters. I don't think most tables are really going to be that okay with a DM going, surprise! Those murder bots with the power of dragons you've been fighting were actually abused children. That just doesn't sit well with a lot of people. It's one thing playing as the abused children, the abused child soldiers that we have in Warframe, where it's a surprise abused child soldier enemy. That's just your DM being a dick. Instead of adding Umbra, just change Excalibur Master Excalibur Umbra. If you want to call it Excalibur Umbra, you can. Just putting that out there, you can do that. But there's no reason for me to do it in the document. All that's going to achieve is then have someone who picks up the document and go, huh, why does this Excalibur go to Umbra rather than Master unlike the others? What's that about? If they don't know who Umbra is, for starters. And you'll also get arguments over, oh, is Umbra not as good as a Prime then? I'm just not touching on any of that. So yeah. 5th edition doesn't have lawful chaotic access? Yeah, it does. You remember completely incorrectly. Yeah. The Warframe's children stole them from afar. I mean, child very much did explode out of the Warframe that was shot by that bombard rocket in one of those trailers. The Nova Warframe scattered to pieces, and in its place, out of the smoke, there was a child. Very pissed off, very dangerous. So yeah. Your only exposure to 5th edition is Baldur's Gate 3. So Baldur's Gate 3 is as much 5th edition as the Marvel Cinematic Universe is the Marvel Comics. Yeah. Was it scattered to pieces? Thought it was knocked back? I mean, it looked like it was scattered to pieces, to be honest. It first took the knockback from the impact of the shot, and then there was an explosion. I might be wrong on that, but that's what it looked like to me. Anywho, let's actually stop at the deliberation of the bits and pieces there. With Oraxia, in terms of a stat block then, I can have a look at the Garuda stat block, see if that might give me a starting point. So Garuda, in my saved information here, I gave her high strength, low dexterity, high constitution, lower on the intelligence side, lower on the whiz, and then absolutely bunk on the charisma. Absolute bunk on the charisma, I can see, but then we put points into intimidation because spiders. But I don't think it should be a strength basis, no. We're talking spider. That's gotta be dex. Now, a dex con combo is terrifying, and that will need careful balancing. A dex con combo is definitely terrifying, and in fact, for that reason, I might... No, I'm going to flatten away from that. Garuda will be taking it too far. But it gives me the idea as kind of shufty I can make with it. Let me have a look at some of these others. It's definitely not going to be a Dagath kind of feel to it. Let's see. Not Lavos. Mirage, but a shufty on some of the numbers. Well, if it's a shufty, I'm looking at something else. This could end up being a quite different stat block from all the others out there, actually, looking at this. Just even from the base values, this could end up being a set of values I've just not done before. Alright, let's do it. Let's do it. So, let's go for int down on this. Int down to the 14. Just 14. I mean, there is a bit of a reliance on the spell casting in general, so I'm going to keep her intelligence somewhere up there. So we'll go int on the 14. Oraxia doesn't strike me as the highest perception frame. She hasn't really got any kind of detection skills. Anything that feels like it'd be on that way. Sure, spiders hunt, but spiders are also known for having absolutely terrible senses, to be honest. That's why they need the threads and sensitivity on their web. Their eyesight is abysmal a lot of the time. So yeah, I'm going to drop the whiz right down. I can see it at the flat 10. So we got 10, 14, 12, 16, 14, 6 on those previous stats there. I'm happy to leave the charisma where that was there. So on the rest of this, do I go for the higher dexterity or higher con? I think higher on the dexterity. The way she moves around, the wall latching on her, I feel like the higher dexterity would be the way to go there. And then the con will be of... yeah, the con at 14. I still have... Let me see. 10, 14, 12, 16, 14, 6. 10... I can still put an extra point somewhere. Honestly, just for climbing's sake, a point into strength isn't terrible. A point into that is very far from terrible. So let's do that. That should give me the baseline to work from. How is it one going to be balanced with the insta-kill? Simple, I won't give it insta-kill. Just don't. A low-level spell with insta-kill is just a terrible idea. So I won't do that. But I do have plans with it, which I'll reveal once I'm making the spell. In terms of armor class then, as this is a very high dexterity frame, I think we could actually just go for armor being based off of straight up dexterity. Looking at the AC suggestions for a character this level, AC 14 is the average recommendation, so an AC 13 is completely reasonable, so she doesn't need to be armored. With a constitution of 14, according to my own information that I created, for this level, Constitution 14 means a hit point of 91, which is itself a 14d6 plus 28. There we go. Now, Oraxia, does she have a higher base speed in Warframe? Just have a quick look at this here. Sprint speed, flat 1.0. So if we're staying true to that, I would keep her at the same speed here as well. Cool. It's going to be a spell? Yeah, all Warframe abilities are spells. All of them. Kept saying, for reference, a 5e giant spider is challenge rated 1, creature with 14 strength, 16 dex, 12 con. Okay, so Oraxia is not a giant spider outright, and is definitely going to be a CR4 or higher creature, but good to know on that side. Good to know. In terms of the skills, I do think that Intimidation is going to be right up there, and then Stealth. It has to be. So, Intimidation... that is going to give that a +0, because +2 from proficiency, -2 from innate charisma. It ain't great, but at least it's not negative. And then stealth, that's going to be a big one. That is going to be a +5. That is a little bit stonkers to get started. Passive perception is only 10. Bullet jump, Oraxia's bullet jump distance is 1 + 3 is 4. Double that is 8 for vertical. And then 12 doubled is 24. 24 for horizontal. There we go. And the Oraxia's void power ability is intelligence, as with all of them. Spell save DC is 2 + 8 for 10, +2 from Wiz 12. There we go. Okay. So in terms of a passive then. Yeah. Let's go... What do I want to call it? I'll figure out the name for it in a moment. The idea I have is when Oraxia spends at least 5 feet of movement to climb, it may take the hide hide action as a bonus. No, not may take that. It may hide, there we are, as a bonus action. That's a lot shorter. It may hide as a bonus action. In all conditions. Oraxia is rendered... No. Oraxia is... How did I phrase it for Wisp? Let's use the same terminology. Keep it consistent. Okay, so it's in any conditions. It may hide as a bonus action in any conditions, becoming effectively invisible to creatures... Actually, I'm going to split this into 2 sentences. Effectively invisible to creatures with a lower wisdom perception check than Oraxia's dexterity stealth check. Until, it's a very short invis, until the start of Oraxia's next turn. That little difference from Wisp is that Wisp can do it and then just kind of hop along. You just maintain the hidden nature so long as she doesn't do something to reveal herself. With Oraxia, it runs out. It just runs out. Groot Initiate being trained in Intimidation, bring it to -1 is very funny. It is certainly a thing, isn't it? But that's the Initiates. They are functionally broken. They are failed frames. They haven't got anywhere near the capabilities that a Warframe should have. Whether they are just shitty copies, or whether they have deteriorated over time, that is up to the DM. But the Wisp Initiate, the Garuda Initiate, Oraxia Initiate, all of them suck. That is the point. They are the low-level option. No, yeah. So, with that bit there, Don't know why I'm looking at Pro Do bit. Did I scroll weirdly? I did. Okay, threw myself off there. Alright then. So when Oraxia spends at least 5 feet of movement to climb, it may hide as a bonus action in any conditions. Oraxia becomes effectively invisible to creatures with a lower wisdom perception check than Oraxia's dexterity self check until the start of Oraxia's next turn. Cool. It's a bit chonky of a section, but I think it works to capture that passive. It puts it into a situation where it needs to climb. It puts it into such a way where it then still needs to spend a bonus action to do the thing, so we can work with action economy later. It is easier for it to use than Wisp's one because it's only a bonus, but it has to have some way of climbing first, and I've given it 5 feet, not just like an inch as you get in Warframe. She does actually need to climb for it to count. And then smart players who understand what's going on will go, oh, it started climbing the wall, then I lost track of it. Well, it's probably still on the wall somewhere, right? Unless it's not. Yeah, she's got a strong stealth bonus that means she can usually use that, but it comes with a bunch of requirements on top of it. So it's not as easy as just snapping her fingers and everything is good. It ain't. Flip side, if she does meet the conditions and does turn functionally invisible to someone, good luck, because there is nothing in there that says the invisibility breaks if she attacks. She will remain invisible until the start of the next turn. Deal with it. Probably by readying an action, to be honest. I'll come up with a name for it later. I need a name for that ability, but that's just going to have to wait for the moment. Let's see then. After that, we go straight into the actions. Now, in terms of actions, I can go with Oraxia's own weapons, or at least the weapons that came with her, so that is going to be the Sciated and the Spinnerex, which translate very simply into a dagger and whip. The Sciated, you throw those barbs, those simple thrown weapons, simple daggers works on that side. I could make them darts instead, but actual darts are like pretty hefty. They're not just little poison darts. Yeah, I think going, at least for the Initiate, dagger and whip would be the way for it. I'll figure out any multi-attacks afterwards, but first let's just add those in. So we got dagger, which is, I can copy this one down here. The to hit is a +5, the range is all that. The hit would therefore also be a 5 because it's 1d4 +3, piercing damage. I can turn this into a poison dagger if I wish later, but we'll have a look as to how all the details shake out on that first. The other then being the whip. Let's put the whip higher up. It feels like it should be higher. So whip would be similar to, I don't have an easy one to access, let me check here. Similar to rapier for a starting point. Similar enough that I can just copy over that to speed up writing this. So it's a melee weapon attack, +5 to hit. This is going to use dexterity. A reach is actually going to be 10 feet. One target, and then the hit on a whip is again 1d4 plus dex, if I recall correctly, and that should be slashing damage. There we are. Am I assuming she's using a 4? Am I solving for that? Well, of course she's not using a 4. She's an initiate, so she can't use it. Also, is this your first time seeing any of this? This is your first time, fair enough. So yeah, all of the Warframes are split into Initiate, Adept, Master and Prime. They get their first, then second, then third, then fourth ability. It is a crucial part of the design because it mirrors the kind of scaling that monsters get in D&D in general. So a DM dealing with a low-level group that doesn't have lots of answers to lots of weird quirky things, then also doesn't need to deal with a complicated and overly quirky monster. Likewise for the DM, lower level parties are usually DM'd by less experienced DMs. Not always, but more likely it's going to include more of them. They have a less complicated monster to work with. So the whole design for basically the entire existence of the document has been in this order, keeping the initiates on the much more basic level. And the best way to split them was to split out their abilities. It meant those big abilities could feel big, rather than watered down shenanigans. Okay, now, at this starting point here, without any spells or features coming in, already Oraxia has not a huge amount going for her. If I have a look at my reference table, her hit points would put her at challenge rating 5, but if she just had these as actions, and she definitely can't, if she just had these as actions, then her best damage output is 5.5 damage per round, which is about the equivalent of challenge rating 1/4, according to the information I have here. So right now, that is pathetic. But that's where we can bring in multi-attack, that's where we can bring in her first ability, and it's also where we can weigh up the value of her passive. That passive, I think it's got quite a few features to it, plus a check, so it's not really going to be that valuable. I'd only consider it like a slight uptick in terms of damage output, because it is so limited in its use case. So I don't need to weigh that in too heavily, just kind of if I'm stuck between two challenge ratings, that'll tick it one way, that's all. Now, if I were to give a multi-attack at the moment on the Whip and Dagger, that would bring them up to 11 damage per round, which would still only be the equivalent to challenge rating 1. I need to get this up to challenge rating 3 or above to qualify for the challenge 4 that she is. Her hit points are high enough. We need the damage to be there. Or some kind of threat, but Oraxia Initiate, with just that damaging first ability, it's mostly going to come down to... It's going to come down to damage. It's not utility. So what I can do here is I can have a bit of leeway to give her multiple uses of her first ability, quite nicely. I have some leeway in how much damage it can deal to allow her to hold it back for a surprise burst of damage. What I'm thinking is a much weaker version against players who are above half health and much, much stronger when against players below half health. For what to name the passive, the buff you get in-game is Predator's Lurk. Honestly, that's actually a perfectly good name. Yeah, and I'm allowed to use it, so I am going to. Predator's Lurk. Thank you very much for that, Kerb. Very, very helpful. Am I going to make her invisible and the party has to use perception to check every time she goes invisible? So when she goes invisible, she's not actually going invisible. She is hiding in such a way that if someone would fail to detect that stealth check, she is functionally invisible. So she has all of the traits of invisibility versus that creature. It's a cheeky way of making her invisible without allowing her to just be invisible. And that's why she can hide in any circumstances. That is the check to see if she turns on this invisibility. We'll also give back some HP, because in-game her first gives orbs. So her first gives orbs on a lethal hit. What I could do to translate that is if she reduces a creature to 0 or lands a critical hit. Critical hit if we're going for an attack, though. If I go for a spell save, that's not going to work. Let's see. I mean, honestly, still making an attack works fine for me. It does still feel like it's an attack. It also gives her some mobility, so that does need to be considered as well. So far thinking about it, I do think a multi-attack definitely goes in here. Whip and Dagger are not that strong, so it is safe to just give her a bit of a multi-attack. So let's just copy that in from here. Okay. Oraxia makes 2 attacks with its whip or dagger. Simple enough, it gives us just some kind of sustain. Differentiate from Gruder's first as well, because that's currently a save. Good to know, actually, yeah. There we are. Making all the right moves. Some of them completely unintentional. Love it. Okay, so let's copy now a spell block from Protea here. We'll just copy the top section of it, the rest of it is irrelevant. This just gives me, again, templating for these bits. So, Oraxia's Void Powers, and this is Mercy's Kiss. I'm going to make this a... Let's make this a Necromancy. Void Necromancy. Because it's going to be more powerful on a creature that is halfway to death. And because she can restore from it, definitely that. And why do the Prime versions immunity to being prone and restrained? So they are Prime sure-footed, and are otherwise just very, very good at playing the game. Wouldn't multi-taboo over legs because he offers have reach. The thing is that she doesn't have access to her 4th ability at the moment. So, she doesn't have that. She is not 4-legged at this point in time. 4-legged? 8-legged? 6-legged? She is not well endowed in the limb department until she is a prime. There we go. That's the worst way of putting it, and that's what I'm sticking with. Yes. Alright. So, let's see here. I'm just seeing here from UB95 saying you can try something like reducing a creature to health below X, like 10 or something. Can instead put it to 0 if they fail a con save. Interesting. Interesting. My only concern there is adding in too many dice rolls. Because we're going to have her doing an attack. I'm concerned about there being more dice rolls around things going on, rather than just getting on with the goddamn game. Certainly for a first ability like this. Let's think about this. In any case, it's going to be cast time, 1 action. Range, she has quite a long range on it in-game, doesn't she? Let's see here. Mercy's Kiss, base range 40 meters. 40 is a huge range. Because in feet, that's like, what, 120 plus feet? That's more than that, but 135 feet or something like that. Hold on, I'm just going to Google it. 40 meters in feet, 131 feet, yeah. That is a lot. So I think keeping part of that, keeping the distance, is quite nasty. I won't go all the way to that 130. Actually, you know what? No. Yeah, let's not 130 because that is a bit of a wild distance. It doesn't really fit D&D's style so much. 120 though. 120 does match up with a lot of spell ranges. So to put 120 onto that and just she's got this huge burst of movement. This again gives me flexibility to otherwise kind of pare back the damage a bit because it's just sheer utility. 120 feet between her and the back line is not an unreasonable distance for the mages to think they've at least got a chance. Whew, that's nasty. Very good locomotion, considering her weapons are a bit more close ranged. Also true on that, yes. She has got a very short range on the dagger and whip there. Well, the whip's better range than most melees, but still, yeah. Components on this, I'm going to make it entirely somatic. No vocal component. This is a spider's leap. They don't usually have to shout their way into it, so I'm going to make this one of those stealthier spellcasts. Only a somatic component. And then duration is going to be, of course, instantaneous. Because it just happens. Level I'll figure out in a moment. Has to be targeted. Can't just jump away. Oh yeah, this is 100% going to be targeted. So, Oraxia propels itself in a magical leap at a target it can see or sense. Given the way that spiders attack, do I go with just sense? Nah, that's too far. That will be too far. Alright, Oraxia propels itself in a magical leap at a target it can see within range. This leap does not use its movement, but use its speed, and does not provoke attacks of opportunity. I can't remember if attacks of opportunity should be partially capitalized in title case. Jumpy spiders have good eyesight and a very narrow cone of view. I mean, a very narrow cone of view is still part of bad eyesight. If you have very good eyesight there, then the rest of your eyesight is shit. Ask me how I know. Yeah. Game language seems to leave it uncapitalized. Alright, I shall as well then for now. Oraxia propels itself in a magical leap at a target it can see within range. This leap does not use its speed and does not provoke attacks of opportunity. Oraxia lands in an unoccupied space adjacent to its target and then makes... Ooh. So here's where the scaling can come in interestingly. Yeah. Fair enough, Navatar. Okay. We'll save the maybes, Yubi. I'm still throwing things together. Save the maybes. Oraxia lands in an occupied space just to its target, and then makes a melee spell attack. Against the target. Do we make just one attack? I think just one attack should be fine. Yeah, just the one attack should be fine. So, makes a melee spell attack against the target. On hit, the target takes some amount of damage. What damage type does it use in game? It's toxic. Oh, okay. I mean, I can go piercing and poison. I'll come back to that thought. I'll hit the target. Takes such and such piercing and poison damage. Or some much higher amount. If the target is below half health. So the simple idea on that is to take that one-shot nature that she has in Warframe and instead translate it to just a bunch more damage in D&D. It's still a huge uptick, which means that she's going to be going for the wounded player, which, yes, does make a DM seem harsh. Players complain about it. Tough shit. It's called tactics. Deal with it. If you don't want this to happen, don't let yourself be wounded. Maybe piercing and target, make a con save for poison. Again, I don't want to have too many rolls going on. Is what I want to avoid. Too many rolls, too many conditions, too many bits and pieces. So it's something to consider, but my default is don't go for extra rolls. Believe me, they slow down the game very quickly. Let's see here. Makes a melee spell attack against target on hit, takes such and such orb of half health. Okay. If Oraxia lands a critical hit or lethal, critical hit, or reduces a target to, reduces a target to 0 health with this spell. Oraxia recovers some amount of health. Do I include health conversion here? And go, and its AC increases by 2 points for a moment? Or something like Gains resistance. Physical damage. And it gains resistance to... do I remember my thought process of Garuda's first ability? Oh fuck no, that was so long ago, Curb. I could have a look back at Garuda's spell. I will do in just a moment, actually. But that was so long ago. Someone would have to bring up the stream for that, if I even stream that one. Rex covers some amount of hit points. Gain resistance to... bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage until the start of its next turn. Non-magical? I don't need to specify that, it's a spell. So you can gain the magical benefits as well. Where is G in the alphabet? I'll remember it eventually. Here we are. Garuda! Alright then, Drip Barrier. So this is what I did for Garuda. Much shorter range, only 45 feet, still in action, second level, duration of 1 minute because it's got ongoing effects. Garuda leaps into the air, propels itself at a creature it can see within range. Target must make a dex save. On a fail, take slashing damage, not prone. On success, half damage only. Immediately after, Garuda conjures an ornate transparent oval barrier in front of itself, 10 feet wide, 6 foot tall, 1 inch thick. Provides 3/4 cover to Garuda in the direction Garuda is facing. Barrier moves with Garuda. Allies adjacent to Garuda on the correct side of the barrier also have half cover. Garuda and its allies can attack through the barrier unimpeded. As a bonus action, can explode it later. So yeah, that's got a hell of a lot of features going on it. Hell of a lot of features. A large part of that is on the defensive side, and otherwise knocking the target prone next to it. Whereas with Mercy's Kiss, I am focused more on the damage side of things. So overall, yeah, I'm satisfied with the direction that's going. But it's good to double check. So I'll see how this all shakes out numerically. The resistance might be overcooking it. It might make it too hard to balance this out, but let's get an idea as to the numbers on this. Where can I go with this? Now, if Oraxia Initiate, let's say Oraxia Initiate opens up with a Mercy's Kiss. It then follows this up with a normal multi-attack to wound the target down to below half health, and then it can follow up again with another Mercy's Kiss, if I give it 2 casts of that. So we get cast on the weak side, multi-attack, and then cast on the strong side. The crit healing is almost never going to come up. It's what 1 in 20 case. Reduce the target to 0 health, however, will come up a little bit more frequently. So we can roughly say that's about a 1 in 10 case of that section triggering. And a crit already is a dangerous amount of damage. In fact, if I have a higher damage on the half health, a crit could overscale that. So most cases, bonus action, it's going to be an action. It's going to be an action, and actions can't be used as part of a multi-attack. No, OV, never. Multi-attack is multi-attack. They have a unique feature which allows them to use part of a multi-attack for non-weapon attacks, such as, for example, to shove or grapple. But otherwise, no, multi-attack is multi-attack. You sure as hell don't get your average barbarian going, well, I won't rage because I can use my multi-attack to cast 2 spells now. That would be insanely overpowered. Good lord. Yeah, it's just a thing. Welcome, I'm in Moon. Hope you're doing well. So, thinking about that then, if we have it where the smaller Mercy's Kiss is just a lot less damage, like, I'm talking on the level of whip and dagger damage maybe, in that kind of ballpark, but it's still good for the utility of the movement. Whereas if she lands it on something that is wounded, oh boy does the damage sting. That's where I can scale where this is coming from. If I'm aiming for around CR3 on the damage side of things, around that point I want to stress, that gives me 60 damage over the course of 3 turns. That's what I'll be aiming at, 60 damage over the course of 3 turns. If we have the Whip and Dagger multi-attack situation giving us 11 damage there, because it's 5.5, that leaves us still 49 damage to split across 2 casts of Mercy's Kiss, give or take the other features it includes. Fair enough, Phoebe. Yeah, multi-attack for monsters is actually more restrictive than extra attack. The multi-attack will tell you what you can do, and that's why I have it on the bits and pieces. So let's see here. 49 damage is the idea on what I can split. If I want to go to a 1-to-3 ratio, in terms of the weak hit to the strong hit, divide 49 by 4, you get 12. So I'd be looking for 12 damage on the basic one, 36 damage on the big one. Jesus Christ. The DM says you're attacked by Oraxia. She's attacking you for 36 damage. You go, wow, did she roll a crit? No, that's average. That's... Ooh. 36 to a target that's on half health. That feels too much. That feels very, 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 very swing. Let me think for a moment here. Challenge rating 4. If we're dealing with level 4 players, for this to be a medium encounter, especially with a frame that can also access invisibility, it's awkward as fuck to do, but it can do it. As a bonus action, I might need to remove the bonus action. No, I can't. That removes the identity. Ooh. Alright. 1-to-3 ratio might be too bad here. Yeah, so let's take the worst case scenario. A wizard with 12 constitution. Wizards below 12 constitution don't exist. We call those cannon fodder. So I'm only going to consider wizard 12 constitution. A wizard 12 constitution at level 4, that's going to be 6 from level 1 plus 1 for the con. And then another 4, 4, 4 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. So 5, 5, 5, 7, 10. That 22 health total. Yike. That is one whole yike. I might need to split this a 1-to-2 ratio then, rather than 1-to-3. 1-to-2 ratio. If we got 49 damage is our threshold we're looking to achieve here. Split that down, that is what? Yeah, it's 16 and 32, isn't it? Yeah, 16, 32. 32 is still a lot, isn't it? Because 32 is going to be our average. Now, the other thing to take into account, this is at a much higher range than typical attacks. So, on that basis, I already want to scale it down a bit. But I can't scale it too far because then otherwise it's not actually going to be a medium challenge. I mean, yeah, one wizard could get absolutely blasted by it. But if we take then the opposite case, think of a level 4 fighter. We're not going to go all the way to barbarian. We'll stop at fighter. Level 4 fighter. Level 4 fighter... Let's say he's still on the lower side of con as well. He's 14 con, only a +2 to it. That'll be 10 hit points at level 1, +6, +6, +6, +8 total from being level 4 at 14 con. 10 plus 18, 28, plus the 8 is 36. Well, it wouldn't be lethal. It would just hurt one hell of a lot. 32, but that's with a fighter. Anyone less, and that could be just instant death. Instant death sucks. Okay. And fires of D8? I thought they were D10. No, I know they're D10. Hence 10 and 666 for the higher levels, because you get, on average, half die rounded up. So yeah, I was already thinking of adding a flat amount of damage to make it where crits can't scale as hard. Kopi, you're absolutely right. But I'm still looking at the base damage. This is thinking non-crit at the moment. I'm thinking about the potential numbers here. Because it is a single attack at long range, that can do some nasty amounts. So what I'm thinking is I can actually pull some of that damage back and put it into the recovery of the spell instead. Which means I might even remove the function of if lands crit or if reduced target is 0. I could just have the effect happen, and then say on a critical hit, the effect happens twice or something stupid. I don't know. Exactly, yeah, Flo. Yeah, leveling up is not great for hit points compared to hit die size. You don't get that much. Now, this is all predicated on actually landing the hit, but she's got a good chance of that. It is all part of the problem. Let me re-peek at Ash a moment. Ash is in a similar case of assassinating the fuck out of people. What does he use? Interesting. Okay, so Shuriken is 3d6 for 10 damage. 2 attacks, either against one creature or split across 2. Okay, so it could be on the same creature. That's 10.5, so it's actually 21 per cast. And it doesn't benefit from armor. You know what? Maybe I'm just being too much of a wuss here. I'm thinking about, oh, the poor players, what if they die? If they die, they die. Amusingly, it's shorter range. True, it is a lot shorter range, 45 feet. So I do want to downscale on that matter. This is an absolutely bonkers range. I definitely do want to downscale on that account. I mean, granted, 120 feet is not unheard of. If I think of Scorching Ray, I think that is 120 feet. 3 attacks, each of them 2d6. So that is an average of 21 damage in that spellcast. Like, that already is a chunk of damage. But it's split across 3 attacks, which massively, massively reduces the likelihood of an uber hit. Yeah, granted, if one of the hits is a crit, well, ooh, okay, things are going to start getting spicy quickly. But it flattens it out a lot more. This, on the other hand, is very all or nothing if I'm doing a single attack like this. Oh, that was the wrong button. I meant to click this one. Bollocks. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Here we are. Alright, yeah. No, I'm going to bring the damage down on this. I'm going to keep a 1-to-2 ratio. Damage a lot lower than what I was thinking there, to account for the fact that this is going to have utility and just sheer distance on it. That's what needs to be considered. I swear this keeps scrolling when I'm not looking. Don't know what's happening there. Yeah, the dice math on leveling up hit points is kind of neat. They did functionally say round up if you're just taking the average of the die, which means that they're effectively ignoring the 1 on every single hit die roll. But if you roll it, you're not ignoring the 1, so you end up with a worse average, and that's the gamble. You could get higher, but on average you'll get less. It's a weird one. Let's see, on here, target takes, some pacing, poison. So if I was looking at the 1632 and that was feeling like too much, if I scale that down to 1224, that should be much more manageable. 12 and 24, assuming both of those happen. A 12, a 24, and then an 11 from the whip stuff. That's going to come out to 47 over the course of 3 turns, which is challenge rating 2 area in terms of its damage output. But 120 feet of targeting range and the ability to go invisible, to charge it up, to go further, and we can give some utility on top of it. I think that should be fair. So I'm going to go for a 12-24. So get a 12-24. What I can do here is I can go 1d6 pierce. To hit 12. Yeah, let's have the poison only come in if the target is weakened. That's where the extra damage comes in. Okay, cool. I can do that. So I can go for piercing 12. I need to hit the 12. If I go for 2d12, that's an average of 11. I can work with that, actually. Yeah. 2d12 is neat. So it takes 11 brackets 2d12. Oh wait, that's not 11, that's 13. What am I on about? Yeah, 2d10 is 11. Okay, we'll go with 2d12 and do it 13. Sod it. 2d12 piercing. Just that. Or let's go. I don't need to go or if I'm just adding the poison. That's end. If the target is below half health, the hit deals an additional. At this point, we don't need dice to avoid the crit potential being overwhelming. So let's just go flat 12. The hit deals an additional 12 poison damage. Whether the spell hits or not, Oraxia then recovers. So this is where we can pick up the bit that she didn't deal in damage. I would say earlier 16, but we're actually only doing a 13 here. So let's go 3 brackets 1d6 hit points, or 3 times as much if the target's below such and such. Let me see. 13, 12, 25. As I'm saying, maybe 10 on top, 35. That is a little bit over the top, actually. It's or 7 brackets 2d6 hit points if the target is below half health. Yeah, and we just don't need a kill or crit effect off of that, to be honest. I'm leaning just into this spell is that much more effective if the target is below half health. It's just the damage identity I'm going with here. The actual action of leaping in and doing the strike still works. Yeah. So Oraxia propels itself into a magical leap at a target it can see within range. This leap does not use its speed and does not provoke attacks of opportunity. Oraxia lands in an unoccupied space adjacent to its target, and then makes a melee spell attack against the target. On hit, the target takes 13/2d12 piercing damage. If the target is below half health, the hit deals an additional 12 poison damage. Just flat 12. Whether the spell hits or not, Oraxia then recovers 1d6 hit points, or 2d6 if the target is below half health. I think that captures the essence of Of Mercy's Kiss. I think that does capture it there. Now, in terms of its level, we have 13 rising to 25 damage, and we have 3.5 rising to 7 healing, which is a fair chunk. If we consider for a moment Scorching Ray at 2nd level with the same range of attacking, you don't get the movement, which is both pro and con. Sometimes you don't want to leap into the fray. Yeah, so you don't have the movement aspect to it. It doesn't have the silence that I've given this. And Scorching Ray will deal 21 average across 3 attack rolls, no needing to get target below half health in the first place. Taking that into consideration, this is a 2nd level. This is a 2nd level. I cannot justify it being a 3rd level Void Necromancy with these kinds of stats. So it's definitely 2nd level. Which means the last thing to do now is to bring in that information. So we have Mercy's Kiss, 2 per short rest. Oraxia casts Mercy's Kiss as a 2nd level spell. And then lastly, it needs at the bottom here bonus actions. Hide. Predator's Lurk. Oraxia takes the hide action if it has spent 5 feet of movement to climb this turn. Yeah, there we are. Now, I know that's pretty much a copy over of what's going on over in Predator's Lurk there, but it's more just a distinct reminder for the DM. It's very easy to have features just kind of get lost in the source, where bonus actions just vanish out of sight and mind. So that's why I'm putting this in here, is that they can see there, right in front of them, there is a bonus action, it's hide, it's part of Predator's Lurk, here are the conditions. The easier I can spell it out to someone on the stat block, the easier it is to use the stat block. Does she have climbing speed equal to normal speed? Not at this tier, no. So I can give her an advanced climbing speed on later tiers. You can just climb at half speed, granted, but you can just climb as just a creature in the first place. So at initiate level, I don't feel it necessary to give her that, considering it's also going to give her passive invisibility, which for level 4 players can actually be quite a bit to deal with. That is quite a lot of work, but level 9 players, yeah, absolutely, they can step up or get fucked. All in the scaling there. So, thinking this through, we've got the armor class, hit point, speed, we got the base stats, we got the skills, passive, language, challenge, bullet jump, passive. Void power should list the spell attack bonus, because she utilizes it, and that is a +4. We've got our action, our multi-attack, we've got our whip, we've got our dagger, we've got our Mercy's Kiss, we've got how many uses, we got the spell level, and we got the bonus. And the spell is all listed down here. Perfect. Yeah, that is the initiate fully done. And with that, we can use that as our springboard to do the others. So next up, we have the Oraxia Adept. We'll figure out those kind of stats in a moment. Actually, let's just figure those out now. So, armor class is going to be derived mainly from our dexterity. Let's see what we do with these stats here. So, if I recall correctly, I'm looking at Valkyria here as an example. So, Valkyria gains a +1 in strength, gains a +1 in dex, gains a +1 in con, gains a +1 in intelligence, +1 in wisdom, and a +2? Yeah, +2 in charisma. Honestly, yeah, it's a simple enough spread. We'll do the same thing here. So, strength is now 14, dexterity is now 18, constitution... Let's hint at what's to come. Not 16, 17. Intelligence is going to go from 14 to 16, so that is a +3. Wisdom is going to go up to a +1, and charisma is now going to be a flat 10. Put a 0 on there. Skills. We are now dealing with a challenge 9 for 5,000 XP. Proficiency bonus +4. That intimidation is now a total of a +4. Stealth has climbed staggeringly to +8 already. And what can be her other one? Isle Weaver, Oraxia. What other skill do I give her at this point? Fear? Fear is not a skill. Intimidation is the closest you've got to that. She's already got that. I'm thinking genuinely athletics. If we're going to have this one start climbing, athletics I think is the right way to go. Yeah. To help shore up that otherwise +2 strength bonus, it's now +6. Acrobatics? No. Athletics. Use athletics when climbing. Use acrobatics when balancing. Far too many DMs try to go, oh yeah, no, you can use them. They're interchangeable. They're the same thing. No, they're not. No, they're not. You can never know when to use which. The basic idea is that dexterity is overpowered as fuck compared to strength. And so if you're ever unsure, the correct answer is athletics. More broadly, dexterity and acrobatics would come down to, I think more the finesse of actions. Yeah, I mean, we can grab the PHP. Let's grab that. Just the shelf here. Don't mind me. Go. We can just have a look at the good old book. It's why we buy them, and so we can read them, and believe it or not, within these pages there are actually some details as to how to play the game. Shocking. Alright, let's see. I'm going to use the index. It's going to be faster. You think it's page 174? Terrifying if you know that by heart. So this is going to be under... Yes, come on. Skill check, C, ability check, skill. You motherfuckers, I really hate this index. They could just put the number. Okay, ability check, skill, 174 to 175. First of all, congratulations, copy. Second of all, why can't they just put that number there? Why take the time to go, see this other section of the index, when they can just put the number? I hate this. They haven't even done this in other books because they know how stupid it is, but why for the moment they started doing it in this book, I will never understand. It is beyond stupid. Okay, so let's start with the section on acrobatics, which is here. Your dexterity acrobatics check covers your attempt to stay on your feet in a tricky situation, such as when you're trying to run across a sheet of ice, balance on a tightrope, or stay upright on a rocking ship's deck. The DM might also call for a dexterity acrobatics check to see if you can perform acrobatic stunts, including dives, rolls, somersaults, and flips. So the idea is there is all in, effectively, tricks. Either maintaining your balance, doing something precise, or doing tricks. That's what it comes down to. So where things are being made difficult for you to stay upright in the positions that you are doing. Meanwhile, if we go over to athletics... this covers different situations you encounter while climbing, jumping, or swimming. Examples including the following activities. You attempt to climb a sheer or slippery cliff, avoid hazards while scaling a wall, or cling to a surface while something is trying to knock you off. So note there the difference, cling. It is your strength holding you in place rather than avoiding, falling off of a tightrope, whereas your balance keeping you in place. It is a bit of a toughie. I will absolutely acknowledge it is a bit of a toughie there. Other ideas they give is you try to jump an unusually long distance or pull off a stunt mid-jump. Don't like the stunt bit, I'll be honest. That should be acrobatics. And then you struggle to swim or stay afloat in treacherous currents, storm-tossed waves, or areas of thick seaweed. Or another creature tries to push or pull you underwater, or otherwise interfere with your swimming. That is again athletics. It does have suggestions for other things that strength can do, like force open a stuck, locked or barred door, break through a bonds, push through a tunnel that's too small, hang onto a wagon while being dragged behind it, tip over a statue, and keep a boulder from rolling. It has other suggestions as to how strength can be relevant outside of athletics there. But yeah, the big difference really comes down to doing tricks and balance, acrobatics. Hauling yourself around, or preventing yourself from being hauled around, that's going to be athletics. So in the case of Oraxia climbing a wall to get into position and then gripping on to wall latch, definitely athletics, 100%. And a DM that says otherwise can get stuffed. Alright, let's just set this all back up again. Lovely stuff. Brother Oni, that is sexist and you know it. Oh. Yeah. Too many DMs will cave into people whining and going, oh, I want to use my fun button. I invested into acrobatics. Let me press the acrobatics button. Firstly, even if it was a video game, no. Second of all, it's not a video game, so no. It's not an acrobatics button. If you want your character to do something acrobatics, put themselves in an acrobatic situation. If you're climbing a wall, it's athletics. This is how people end up with strength feeling useless. The game already is stacked against it by allowing dexterity to give you armor class, to give you attack bonus and damage bonus, including ranged weapons where strength sucks. And then strength's biggest areas is in carrying capacity, climbing, jumping. Initiative? I wasn't even covering that side, but you're right, yeah. Dexterity also covers initiatives, how quickly you can go, which does also matter in survivability in general. It matters in your ability to dodge the majority of spells and effects. Meanwhile, strength is... it's just strength. Even when it comes to grappling, strength only matters to the person making the grapple. The person avoiding the grapple can use strength or dexterity. They are. Alex saying, going down a cliff with a bunch of rocks may be covered by acrobatics, as you need to maintain balance while jumping from rock to rock on high speed, or going uphill requires athletics, won't be fast and rather exhausting. So, if you're wanting to go down quickly, yes. I will say that jumping from rock to rock, the jumping bit will be trying to push towards athletics, so the focus is all on the balance, yeah. If you're trying to go down quicker than would otherwise be considered safe, then there is the skill coming in for the acrobatics to balance on it, and I'd agree there. That is where I would allow someone to use their acrobatics to descend more rapidly across difficult terrain, to maintain their balance. That is acrobatics, yeah. Again, only... I don't know where you're coming from with these suggestions, I'll be quite honest. I can't claim that I am an expert or even adept when it comes to gymnastics, but to outright claim that male gymnasts use different skills to female gymnasts... I'm not really sure what you're getting at there, dude. It's not like physics is different. If you're pulling up on a pull-up bar, you're pulling up on a pull-up bar. You don't breast boobly over it. So I'm not sure where you're going. You may have a reasonable take that you can explain there. Otherwise, I think you're making a joke that doesn't land. You're being silly. Okay, so you're making a joke that doesn't land. Yeah. No. That is definitely a type of humour to, just pop one onto the side. Anywho. Let's move along from that, shall we? So, Oraxia Adept. Athletics +6, Intimidation +4, Stealth +8. Doing brilliantly on that side of things. Let's see. Passive Perception is now a staggeringly high 11. Armor class. By default, that would be a 14. 14 feels low. Let me see here. Suggestion for Challenge 9 is 16. Yeah, that is low. Now, she is going to have higher hit points, so that can balance out. And it would actually mean I'd have more room to give her more, well, just damage. She's also got access to Invis, so I'm not actually concerned about her armor class being on the low side here, actually. For the Constitution 17, that is going to give her quite the con. Constitution 17 for Challenge 9, my reckoning is 172 to 180 hit points. Now, I did push it to 17 when the scaling should have said normally 16, so I'm going to go for the lower of the two options there. So she is 172 hit points, which comes out to being brackets 23d8. Wait, did I put d6 on the other one? Oops, yeah, it's supposed to be a d8. My bad. If anyone was looking at the numbers and wondering if they were getting it wrong, nope, it was me. Let me just verify that. 14 times d8 to 4.5 plus 28. 91. Yeah, it's supposed to be d8s. Oops. Alright, so yeah, 23d8 plus 23 times 3 is 69. There we go, nicely done. Let's see here. Let's start increasing her speed because her AC is so low. She's very light on her feet. She's got athletics to support that. I support a speed increase now. There we are. Okay, so that is the entire top section covered. So let's go down to these ones. Bullet jump distance. The vertical is now going to be 10 feet. The horizontal is now going to be 28 feet. There are loads of people that complained, no, Ken's no, you can't put those numbers in. 28 is not a multiple of 5 feet. D&D 5e uses multiples of 5 feet. Fun fact, it doesn't. Specifically for jumping distance, it doesn't use multiples of 5 feet. All I am doing here is doubling the the running jump distances. I'm using exactly what is already there. Will the Scholars have the Nullify bubbles? They don't normally. That is the boss fight. I'm looking more at the Warframe rather than the contrived boss fight. It's almost like some people don't know the rules. Oh, believe you me, Okobi. Believe you me, it can be wild at times. Yeah. I have had, since I published this document, I have had to make a number of patch notes to it. For every patch note I put out, I have had probably 2 or 3 people telling me something else was probably wrong, and they were wrong. That's still a fair number of corrections that needed to be corrected. Sometimes it was just a spell level was incorrectly printed somewhere, but yeah. Other rules is rule 1 of D&D. Pain. Pain. Miserable pain. Absolute miserable pain right there. Anywho, moving on. Oraxia's bullet jump is done. Predator's lurk doesn't need to change. That is level agnostic description, so I could just leave that one. Oraxia's void power ability is intelligence. DC is now 4 plus 3 plus 8, 15. Spell attack bonus is therefore 7. There we are. You got to the point of just adding little rules reminder blurbs in your homebrew? Balance versus lore accurate, casting time and warframes, preparation begets success. Where's another one of these? I've got quite a few little extra blocks in places. Not loads of loads, but they are there when it's really significant. Okay, we've got a while without one. Now I sound like an idiot. Something about the renderer just keeps breaking the Dante page. I don't know how many times I have fixed the Dante page, and it keeps breaking. When I put the final piece together, upload it, that page will be fixed. But note to self, Dante page. Again. Here we are. Things like this. Spell information, GM tips. I do include them in places just to kind of nudge people along to how things should actually still be working. Anyway, back to this. You worried there was a Firefox issue? I'm on Chrome, so it's definitely not just a Firefox issue. Yeah. Yeah, with that there, all it is that just the margins aren't being remembered correctly. For some reason, I don't know why it's not remembering the margins. I give it the goddamn margin details. And then sometimes they're just wrong. And so I have to go in and fix it again. Boggles the mind. Genuinely boggles the mind on that one. That is a homebrewery thing. Alright then, so, we've got all the void powers. We're up to the action section. Actions, multi-attack, makes 2 attacks with the attacks, 2 attacks with whip or dagger. Let's update the stats on these. These are now a +8 to hit. And the damage will be 1 higher, which is basically Bupkis. This damage is pathetic. So we'll need to have a look as to what we can do to improve that. Otherwise she'll absolutely suck when she's out of abilities. I also say I think the special condition on the one should only work if it's the first play session, to mirror the way it works in game. No, you see, Also, the DM is the host, and so will not have a client issue. So it'll work just fine. So, Mercy's Kiss. We'll see about leveling up in a moment. Bonus action hide as Predator's alert, that can remain there. All of that's in place. So it's now coming on to Webbed Embrace the ability. Let's turn that one into a spell. Now this is the kind of drastic ability that I think should only be a 1 per short rest at this level. So we can get full power out of it. Do my rules cover for when the GM has to go to the loo and triggers a host migration? I think that usually comes under the realm of chat amongst yourselves and someone make sure the pizza's ordered, because the DM does enough. Molten Toast, that sounds like something I would put on Titania to have a banish herself accidentally on movement. Honestly, I've had it fine with Oraxia. Again, I almost entirely play Warframe as host. Playing as client does come with issues and difficulties that I just cannot be bothered with. So I do usually play as host, yeah. Whether solo or inviting people in. Alright then, so Webbed Embrace, we'll figure out level later. I just delete the number now. Void, this would be a Void Conjuration. We're conjuring the web, so it's definitely up there. Although, okay, a 5e is very lackadaisical when it comes to choosing what spell school things go into, but there is the web spell in 5e, right? Yep. You conjure a mass of thick, sticky webbing. Okay, what schools they put it under? Conjuration! Nailed it. Nailed it. Alright then. Casting time, 1 action. Range. Seeing as we got Mercy's Kiss at 120, let's stick at 120. Components, keep it somatic or go vocal somatic on this one? I mean, she's going to be revealing herself at this point, so vocal somatic, yeah. And duration, 1 minute. Oraxia hurls a tightly packed globule of sticky webbing at a point it can see within range. On contact with a surface, or yeah, just on contact with a surface, the globule erupts into a spreading area of sticky animated webbing. Animated to show that it's not just going to be passively there, it's actively doing stuff. Think of it writhing. But I don't want to use the word writhing. Non-verbal spells are just inviting shenanigans. I mean, it's fun to invite the shenanigans, to be honest. I do have a few spells throughout here which are intentionally non-verbal. I don't think I have much that's intentionally non-somatic, and almost all of them are non-material. I don't know if it's all of them non-material at this point. I think, I took out the material requirements for Excalibur because that was a holdover from the original design. Someone else can check through on that one. Point is, they're usually VS for these, but sometimes I'll take out the vocal component just to give it that little bit extra oomph for the stealthier frames. And yeah, these spells are not designed for player use. If a DM wants to let a player use these spells, on your head be it. These are monsters. Monsters are not balanced for player use. On contact with surface, the globule erupts into a spreading area of sticky animated webbing. The webbing spreads out to... Now, what is it in-game? It has a radius of 10 meters at max level. So before any range modding. 10 meter radius is approximately 30 foot radius. And to be honest, I think that works out here. Yeah. The webbing spreads out into a circle with a radius 30 feet, centered on the contact point. There. Kind of play a summon one, Spectres, anyone? If you want to, again, let your players summon a Warframe, that's your problem, not mine. I'm making these as monsters. You don't see why we need background for a fireball? Okay, so it's a double part thing. Do you want the actual answer? I'm just going to check right now, Molten Toast. Do you want the actual answer, or are you just being upset about it? I can never tell in person, let alone through text. Does fireball remove the webs? I don't think I want to let that, no. Navigation and chakra make perfect sense for M components. I see that. Alright, so webbing spreads out in a circle of radius 30 feet centered on the contact point. You understand why, but also why bother? No, okay, so I asked a specific question. And now you've given me both answers. And I don't like that. If you're going to complain in my chat, choose whether you're complaining to complain or complaining for an answer. Because now you've gone, you understand, but now you're asking why again. Choose. My innate need to answer questions I can answer is overwhelmed by what you're doing. You understand why if components are consumed? If they aren't consumed, why bother? Alright, here we go. Right, Molten fucking Toast Wizard, you shit wizard. Here's how it goes. The components are required as a thematic element. It is to show you that you could use these curious components to cast the spells, but to get around the sheer complexities of that, there was also the research developed to create arcane foci. And you just otherwise have component pouches where you presume the wizard tops up the components they need for their spells. Wizard or other spellcaster. The whole point of the component pouch and the arcane focus is to say, you don't need to worry about this 99.999% of the time. You're fine. You can just play. You could just do the thing. You can cast the spells. But just like how a fighter can have his sword taken away and then can improvise a weapon with a leg chair, so too the wizard can have his spell focus or his component pouch taken away and then improvise a teleport spell by shaving the iron off the bars of his cell. He's doing it quietly. The guard takes a 10-minute pee break. It's 10 minutes because he's got an infection because it's a horrible place they're in. So the guard is taking a 10-minute pee break. Whilst he does that, the wizard quickly grabs that loose brick, is shaving away at the bar just a little bit, get those iron filings, shoves the brick back. He does that over the course of 2 weeks until eventually has enough powder together to focus that spell and he can teleport. And that's how you make it interesting. That is why there are all of these components, these material components that don't have a cost associated. They're saying you don't need to worry about it if you have the focus. But if you don't, then you need to get creative. A terrible time for ad break. Motherfucking subscribe. Or you can check the replay. The replay won't stop you from seeing it. Yeah. Point is, it's there. There's the focus. If you want to use an arcane focus, you can. You could just cast your spells. It's fine. Or druidic focus, or holy symbol, whatever it is. But if you haven't got that, that's when the specific material is relevant. And that's when it can get interesting. Use a focus on your builds. Or builds. Oh, the terminology is just cultural. I know. It's just characters. Suppose if it comes across confrontational, it's not confrontational. I'm the one being 100% confrontational here. I am absolutely going off on one, but this is a thing that comes up so many times and people going, what's the point of components when I could just get an arcane focus? It's like, no, it's the other way around. The point of the arcane focus is because of the components, to give you an easy way of dealing with it. It's not some gotcha. It's not a bug in the system. It's designed to be simple. And then when you lose it, when it's taken away from you, that's when it gets interesting. That's the whole point. Ah! Alright. Oraxia hurls a tightly packed globule of sticky webbing at a point it can see within range. On contact with a surface, the globule erupts into a spreading area of sticky animated webbing. I feel like I've said... I don't know. Into an area. No, into a circle. Let's be simple about it. We don't need to be too crazy with this. And then I want to go... I take it out sticky again. It's too much. There we are. It actually hurls a tightly packed globule of sticky webbing at a point you can see within range. On contact with the surface, the globule erupts into a circle of animated webbing. The webbing spreads out in a circle with radius 30 feet, centered on the contact point. There we go. Okay. Very much so, Navatar. Well, kind of, but yes. I'd say... I would liken it more to, what's the point of all of these different knives? I have a Swiss Army knife. It's like, yeah, you do have a Swiss Army knife. You can open bottles, you can pop caps, you can whittle sticks and cut through logs and do whatever you need to do. And then the moment you lose the Swiss Army knife, well, you can't just use a knife to sew at that point. Yeah. Focus powers for mastery, you can't use material component spells. Yeah. They are tied into it, straight up. Materials that don't have a cost, the entire point is you can just use the focus. It's in the rules. Maybe in brackets, it's not affected by fire, so DMs don't get confused. Also, you put maybe at start and end. It's cute. Anyway, I'm still deciding whether or not I want to allow it to be burned. I'm still deciding. Because I could allow it to be burned, much like the web spell, which would also lead to a way to clear it, but then also a way to damage your allies in the process. And I do like interactions. Things that can't be interacted with aren't fun. So I do like interactions. So yeah, web sprays out in a circle with radius 30 feet centered on the contact point. Creatures as non-friendly creatures that start their turn in the area or enter it for the first time on a turn must make a strength saving throw? Yeah, strength saving throw. On a failed save, the creature's speed becomes 0 and cannot benefit from increases to its speed. If this is the second time it has failed in a row, the creature becomes restrained. If it is the third time has failed, the creature becomes entirely encased in a webbing, becoming blinded. Just blinded? Or do we go with incapacitated as well? Yeah, let's go incapacitated. Becoming blinded and incapacitated. Third time it failed in a row. On a successful save, the effects reduce by 1 stage to a minimum. Down. Yeah, to a minimum of... No. That's bad wording. Let's start up here. Change the details slightly. The webbing spreads out, blah, 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 blah. The area is considered difficult. Difficult with a D, please. Difficult terrain for non-friendly creatures. It's standard terminology I use throughout. Non-friendly creatures to the caster. Non-friendly creatures that start their turn in the area or enter it for the first time on a turn must make a strength saving throw. On a failed save, the creature's speed becomes 0 and cannot benefit from increases to its speed. If this is the second time it has failed in a row, the creature becomes restrained. If it's a third time it has failed in a row, the creature becomes entirely encased in webbing, becoming blinded and incapacitated. Does incapacitated prevent it from making a strength saving throw? Can't take actions, bonus actions, or reactions. No, doesn't stop it doing that. How about restrained? Doesn't affect that saving throw either. Good, that's fine. That is fine with me. What even is this about? This is turning Warframes into Dungeons & Dragons monsters. In fact, I've already done it. This is the one that D added most recently, Oraxia. So I'm adding that to the document. Someone has kindly activated the bot to give you the link if you want to grab the document as it currently exists. But do bear in mind, I will be updating it, hopefully by the end of the weekend, with the updated document. they'll have Oraxia as well. Monsters you can use for free in your own Dungeons & Dragons games. Assuming you're the DM. Players don't use monsters. You know what? This is going to be better listed. Yeah. Non-friendly creatures that start their turn in the area or enter it for the first time on a turn must make a strength saving throw. On a failed save, the creatures... situation seems a little too bland. Circumstances... What's the word? There's a different word I'm digging at here. Creature suffers a condition. No, conditions are a specific thing. Down the bottom in the appendix there. Thank you, Brother Roni. There's a word I'm grasping at. Like situation, but negative. Predicament! The creature's predicament escalates? Yeah. According to the table below. Based on the number of failed saves. On a success, the predicament recedes? No. Reduces. Yeah, reduces by 1. Lessons? I'm looking at it from a numerical perspective, and reduces, I feel, hits the thought just slightly better, but lessons is pretty much the same thing here, yeah. On a success, the predicament reduces by 1. In fact, I should just say escalates. On a failed save, the creature's predicament escalates by 1, according to the table below. And then I can just end the sentence there. I don't need based on them saves. Such and such. Okay, cool. So let's insert a table here. One simple table, please. Predicament level effect. And then we don't need the second column. Sorry, third column. Cool. A word for negative situation. Yeah. A predicament. It's nice to have these little bits to throw in here or there. Would stating escalates, decreases by 1 level be required for clarity. Did I not already do something to that effect? Let me reread this. Non-friendly creature starts turn, blah blah blah, makes strength saving throw. On a failed save, the creature predicament escalates by 1, according to the table below. On a success, full save, the predicament reduces by 1. No, I think that's fine. I'm going with escalates rather than increases, just to give it that extra level of impending to it. Predicament level 1, 2, and 3. Bap. And then the effect. First effect, the creature's speed becomes 0 and cannot be increased. The second stage, the creature becomes restrained by the rising webbing. That little detail on the end by the rising webbing, just to give the idea that, for the DM, if nothing else, to describe this is why things get worse. The webbing is actively climbing up them. Is it worth covering level 0 as well? You know what? Honestly, sure, why not? That's not unreasonable. Creature is
Good evening.
only
I hope you are enjoying
affected
your
by
tea.
the difficult terrain. Yo, 11JUL, thank you very much for the 18-month resub there. 1.5 years of support on the channel. Absolutely appreciated. And I am indeed enjoying the tea. It's nice and cool by this point, which contrasts the pressing heat in this room. Cheers. One little sip left after that. So yeah, the creature is only affected by the difficult terrain at predicament level 0. Also, let's center that. There we go, that looks better. Cubby, you say likely not going to come into play given this is not a player option, but in general, first time on a turn, wording does break the skin of encounter size mo. Around as such is more favorable wording. No, it's intentional like that. It's intentional. I have got a number of features throughout the document where the first time on a turn is intentionally there because it allows, again, interaction. And I love when there is unusual, dangerous interaction. So, to give an example that came up during the playtesting of all of this, we had a Corvex and a Banshee on field. While some of the team were trying to deal with the Banshee, the Paladin was in a situation to try going one-on-one against the Corvex. The Corvex put down the Chirinka pillar, which was beginning to cook the Paladin. Paladin wanted none of that, and so got out of the area. Corvex then went up to the Paladin, grabbed them, and dragged them back into the area. Paladin going, shit, 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 someone help me! They were panicking. They had no way of getting out. Corvex had them grabbed. They were fearing for their life on that one. Fortunately for them, someone in the party had a displacement effect and teleported them out of the ring. But for that brief moment, they were thinking, I'm going to get cooked by this Corvex and I can't escape. It certainly had them. It certainly had them concerned there. And that is exactly the kind of combination you want to put in. When both players and monsters can interact with the fight becomes so much more real. No more just pressing a button and activating the condition. When you can engage with it and make it your own, that becomes a story. So I love allowing for interaction, whether it be just messing with turn orders so that someone can do something different, or just allowing other things to occur outside of the dice rolling norm. That's where it goes from dice rolls to gameplay, really. Anywho, creature becomes restrained by the rising webbing, and then at third tier, the creature becomes encased in webbing, becoming blinded and incapacitated. There we are. You can imagine the Paladin screaming, I do not consent as the Corvex drags into pillar range. It's possibly... I mean, something along that line was said, yeah. They did consent to the teleportation effect, yes. Are the debuffs stacking? Yes. Which is supposed to be implicit in the whole escalation, but also it's... I think most of this actually just does it anyway. That's about, yeah, I'm going to make that clear, to make it very clear. You're right, Kopi. So let's see. On a failed save, the creature's predicament escalates by 1 according to the table below. Suffering all effects up to and including their predicament. On a successful save, the predicament reduces by 1. Yeah, there we go. Also, it's called Character Advancement. I didn't notice there was a title on that. So let's... Well, it doesn't even need a name. It's just... Yeah, that. Effect or webbing effect? I'll just put the extra word in. Effect on its own looked a little bit weird, is just aside. You're also saying, I was reading Gauss's ability to Thermal Sunder. It says target becomes ignited for 4. Just wanted to point out it doesn't say turns or damage. Ignited for X condition. A target which is ignited takes ongoing fire damage equal to the total value of the combined ignited sources applied to it. At the start of its turn, the creature must make a Constitution saving throw. One roll is made against the highest DC of all active sources of ignited. On a success, the ignited condition ends for all damage. On failure, the creature takes the total damage from all ignited sources combined, and the condition persists. Don't worry, Yosef. It's a brand new condition. But yes. It is an unusual one. Ignited only comes up in the case of Gauss and Ember, but for them in particular, I couldn't leave heat procs where they were. D&D just does not have a suitable parallel, and so I made one. I just made it. Yeah, I can understand the confusion there, but if something is capitalized, there's usually a damn good reason for it, and that's why I capitalize Ignite. It should have a capital on it. And otherwise just has the wording ignited for X. Okay, so let's see here. Oraxia Hills, tiny packed globule of sticky webbing at a point it can see within range, contact with surface, globule rubs in a circle, blah 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 blah. Non-friendly creatures that start their turn in the area enter it for the first time must make a strength saving throw. On a failed save, the creature's predicament escalates by 1, according to the table below, suffering all effects up to and including their predicament. On a successful save, the predicament reduces by 1. Okay, yeah. Predicament cannot be lower than 0 or higher than 3. Because you know there's going to be someone that goes, what happens when my predicament is -1? Eat a bag of dicks. There we are. Yeah, it is a bit weird that 5e just doesn't have a good burn, but there we are. I also had to add in a kind of sort of slash handling for Dante, but that's very specific. I mean, Dante was its own thing. My god, the work I had to do to make Dante work and still feel like Dante. Fuck! It succeeded. I'm very proud of that. It did succeed, but fuck! That was a painful one to make work within the action economy. Alright then. The webbing produced by this spell can be set on fire. When ignited, no capital. When ignited, a 5 foot by 5 foot area of webbing will burn for 1 round. Dealing how much damage? This is going to be a not small spell in terms of level, so let's go dealing. Okay, 3d6 to each creature in that space. No save, you just take it. Actually, could Oraxia use that dangerously? I think very quickly. 10, I say functionally 20. Are we touch predicament level? Oh, I like that, Kopi. I really like that, actually. We'll burn for 1 round. Each creature in Yeah, each creature that starts its turn in or enters a enters on its turn a burning space takes 3 brackets 1d6 fire damage plus an additional 1d6 for each level of predicament. I'm going to start capitalizing predicament here. This is an important word. I need it to stand out. There we go. Yeah. So we start at just 1d6, which is 3 on average, 3.5, but it rounds 3. But an additional 1d6 for each level of its predicament. Which means it would take a few rounds to be able to get to that point of predicament, and then there's the burning that would need to happen for it to go all terrible. Yeah. Once the webbing has burned for a full round, or the spell ends, the webbing clears and all ongoing effects in that space cease. That's just to be very, very clear that if it's burned for a full round, all the spell ends, which includes duration and dispelling, the webbing clears, it's done. And I say in that space, but if all webs go at once, then it'll just... all of them. Spell should end after it's burned away, yes? I mean, the spell can functionally still be up when every single bit of webbing is gone. There. Oh, let's add in as well the fire spreads to all adjacent spaces after one round of burning. There we go. So yeah, the webbing produced by this spell can be set on fire. That already is going to make some people very, very happy. When ignited, a 5 foot by 5 foot area of webbing will burn for one round. It's not saying only a 5 foot by 5 foot area, it's saying this amount of area burns for one round. Each creature that starts its turn in or enters, each creature that starts its turn in or enters it on its turn, a burning space, takes 3 brackets 1d6 fire damage, plus an additional 1d6 for each level of its predicament. The fire spreads to all adjacent spaces after one round of burning. All adjacent webbed spaces. To be very clear, we're not just going to go, oh yep, fire just goes now. All adjacent webbed spaces after one round of burning. Once the webbing is burned for a full round, or the spell ends, the webbing clears and all ongoing effects in that space cease. Yeah. Not once though, this indicates the whole thing. When webbing is burned for a full round, or the spell ends, the webbing clears. There we go, yeah. That should be a little bit more clear about it being not a single entity. I'm going to roll asking, is this supposed to be a strategy Oraxia can use, or something to counter the web? If it's a latter, then this seems more punishing to enemies than Oraxia, since only non-friendly creatures gain predicament. That is actually part of the design here. So the idea is that, sure, yes, you can burn the webbing, but if your friends are already in the webbing and then you burn it without first getting them out of there, you're making it bad. So maybe if your friends have webbing wrapped around their bodies, restraining them, blinding and incapacitating them, don't set them on fire. That's a bad thing. It's supposed to add a bit of a, how do we handle this? Also, the DM can very much use that brutally against careless mages. A mage goes, oh yeah, no, I'm just going to go burning hands. That'll deal with spiders. Everyone knows you burn spiders. Yeah, you just set the whole web on fire. Your friend's still in it. I knew about that. Runs away. It allows for silly things like that. And let's face it, D&D loves silly things. So, that I think covers every detail of the Webbed Embrace, aside from its level. We've got the area. It's a relatively small area. So I'm probably going to give Oraxia 2 casts of it. Even though it's 2 actions, she's not going to really get that out, but it gives her choices and options, so I'm not against it. Especially as she can still, like, really constrain people's movements, yeah. Is it auto-ignite or is there a chance it doesn't catch fire? I'm not putting any rules as to it can't ignite. I'm saying it can. It is up to the DM if they want to say, oh, maybe not this time. If the DM wants to be lenient and go, give me an Arcana check to dodge the webs with your flames, cool. If the DM wants to be really mean and say, oh yeah, your torch isn't hot enough to guarantee igniting it, give me a survival check, that's up to the DM. But by default, it just says the webbing can be set on fire. And I usually wouldn't ask for a check to just set things on fire if you have the means to set things on fire. You just set things on fire. So yeah. That is a long feature. That's splitting across the columns there. I will consider the formatting of that later, because I might need the space for Oraxia. We've still got 2 other abilities to include. Yeah. That predicament might be very expensive for page space, but we'll see how this comes together. The last thing to consider on this one is the level. Also, I need to put 30-foot radius circle. Do I put brackets around those for areas? Let me see. Approaches stuff. No, I don't. No brackets. Cool. 5e does? Yeah, but I'm not doing. I'm staying consistent with my own formatting. It's just easier that way. I can refer to my own document a lot faster. And besides, it's mine. It's not owned by Wizards of the Coast, not at all. Alright, yeah, I think that's good. So it's level. Now, the web spell in 5e, I think, is actually a pretty low level spell. Yeah, it's only a 2nd level conjuration. How far does it even spread? Fills a 20-foot cube. Okay, so that has a 4x4 square area. This one, with a 30-foot radius circle, that's reaching out to 12 wide rather than 4 wide. So that is a lot more space covered. A hell of a lot more. Second, webbing. Let's see, what does it actually apply? On failed save, creature is restrained as long as it remains in the webs or until it breaks free. So that is an immediate restraining, whereas mine is 2 steps to be restrained. But you do become 0 speed first. They have theirs lightly obscure the area. I'm not going for that. I'm keeping it on the floor. Mine doesn't require anchoring, whereas theirs does. Okay. And they've gone for damage of 2d4 fire damage, whereas I'm going for 1d6 escalating with predicament. Okay. So yeah, there's quite a bit of differences there. I think this is going to be the sheer radius on it, if nothing else, and the range. I'm going to call this 4th level. This is quite significant. There's a lot going on here, so 4th level. Yosef is asking, will I ever be thinking of streaming a one-shot or even a short campaign use these monsters, or will that only be offline for you? I'm up in the air on that. I'll be quite honest with you, I am up in the air on that. When it comes to D&D, part of the fun of it is being able to just goof off. And a lot of people who want to enjoy D&D can't enjoy goofing off on a live stream. So, certainly when I did all the playtesting, every last bit of it was both unrecorded, offline. No one was going to see it. It would be referenced, there may be memes, but absolutely no recording so that everyone felt comfortable to just playtest together. It was crucial for that. And I honestly think that was by far the right decision. So, in terms of a campaign going forwards or any kind of one-shot, maybe. But nothing planned at this point in time, no. Nothing planned. Okay, with the spell there, let's pop back up to Oraxia Adept here now. Mercy's Kiss, blah, 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 blah. We now have below it as well. Shabam. This is going to be a Webbed Embrace. 2 per short rest. Oraxia cast Webbed. Oops, didn't put the asterisk. Webbed Embrace as a 4th level spell. No concentration. Does Web have concentration? Yes, it does. Well, that's another thing in favour. But also that one lasts an hour, this lasts a minute. It works out. It all works out. Okay. Now, at the moment, this means that Oraxia's damage output is absolutely shit. There's no two roads about it. The damage she is capable of here is bad for this level right now. Let's extrapolate out some turns. So turn 1, Webbed Embrace, gets a bunch of people stuck. Others are moving at half speed through the very limited area. It's an area, but it's a still very limited area. That's turn 1. And even if she pulls off some invis play, it isn't perfect. Turn 2, she might go for just a multi-attack set, and then turn 3, try to Mercy's Kiss through it as well. Look at the moment at the multi-attack, she's got 13 damage average on the multi-attack there, and then Mercy's Kiss follow-up. Even if it was hitting a wounded target, that's 25. Plus a healing of 7, which is functionally damage in terms of how the math works out. So that's 25%, 32, plus the 13, 32, 45. That's currently challenge rating 2 level damage. She's got some control aspect, which definitely needs to factor in. That control aspect, I'd push her up to then challenge 3, but we're looking at a challenge 9 creature. So this damage is currently absolutely no good. So I think to manage that, Mercy's Kiss is probably the best part to start with here, and give that a scaling effect at higher levels. Now let's see, cast at higher levels. If I increase the damage by 1d12 per level, that's reasonable scaling. Yeah, but 1d12 it's only going to be 6.5 extra damage. And for a predicted single cast, 6.5 is just not getting us anywhere. Huh. So I could make it 1d12 per level and 1d6 healing per level. And then have her cast it at level 4. How does that come out? So that comes out to 2d12 extra plus 2d6 extra for damage and healing respectively. That's 13 plus 7, that's 20 extra points. Bring us up from, I think 45 earlier to 65. But my aim with this character is to bring her up closer to... Yeah, I need to get to like 120. Could I have the half-health damage scale as well? I could. And honestly, I should. Because otherwise, the half-health damage portion isn't going to be as drastic. There's going to be a triple tier scaling. Plus 1d12 piercing, plus 6 poison, plus 1d6 healing. Which would give us a functional effect of... for a level 4, 13 plus 12, 25, plus a 7, 32. 32 extra on top of the 45, and then if I also give some buffs to the multi-attack, I think I can make that work out then. Let me see here. If the if I'm scaling it that hard and give it 2 uses, does that swing the other way and being too much damage? Is the other calculation to consider here. If we're doing 40, 12 plus 24 plus 14 twice, 40, 12 is 2 lots of 13s, 26, plus the 24, plus the 14, double that, is already 128. Oh shit. That's a lot. That is a lot. Okay. Also, I appear to have broken Webbed Embraces field. Oops. There we go. Now, that's only a lot if it lands the heavy hit twice, which, to be honest, there's no guarantee of doing. If it's only using Webbed Embrace and then that twice, it shouldn't be able to land those extra strong hits. So it's actually balanced. Yeah. So we'll be doing 25 less damage and... No, sorry, 24 less damage and 7 less healing for each time it doesn't have the strong hit. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Cool. Okay. That's my scaling then. So let's get the method I use for this at higher levels. And such and such. Cool. At higher levels, when Mercy's Kiss is cast using a spell slot above second. Hello, Crowspore. Welcome on it. For each level above second, the piercing damage increases by 6 brackets 1d12. The poison damage increases by 6. And the healing increases by 3 brackets 1d6 or yeah, just straight up. Alright, typing the pseudocode that creates the spell effects or spell details in the Tenno of Warframes. Tenno of Warframes is my own creation, which allows you to play Warframes as monsters in Dungeons & Dragons. !WFDND to download the document as it existed before Oraxia, or just to save the bookmark for when I've finished creating the full Oraxia setup. You're seeing the how the sausage is made here at the moment. So with that, that should be safe enough. Make this Mercy's Kiss at 4th level, Webbed Embrace at 4th level. It fits in, it's 4th, 4th, 4th. Did I help work on the D&D game that devs played on stream a while ago? No, actually, that came out of left field. That completely surprised me. I had many people in my community asking at the time on Discord, like when it was announced, going, "Oh, Ken, whoa, is this to do with you? Is this what's been going on when you've said you can talk about stuff?" Like, no, I have no idea about that. That was entirely their own doing. It turns out that there are many nerds at Digital Extremes as well. Yeah. Christ boy, it's WFD&D, not WDFD. I think you've made a... Let me just help you out here. There you go. There you go. I don't know if you're on mobile. Maybe autocorrect hates you for it. But there we are. Warframe Dungeons & Dragons, WFD&D. It's there. And now you've done it yourself. Yeah, there we go. There you go. Alright then. So with these bits here, now the basic weapon attacks, they could do with being buffed because they currently suck. Both the Spinnerex and the Cyotid have innate toxin included, so I'm thinking it's just adding some poison to this whip and dagger as well. Yeah. Did the devs release anything about their own D&D adventure? They did not, to my knowledge, no. They did not. Whereas this whole thing you can access completely for free. Tips are welcome, absolutely, but otherwise, if you just want to try it out for yourself, then sure, yeah, why not? What do I think about Calevo's new mod? It's a surprising one. It is not perfect invulnerability, but it's very close to perfect invulnerability whilst active, which is kind of wild, to be quite honest with you. It is kind of wild. I feel like I'm missing something here. What am I missing? Oh yeah, I was upgrading the whip stuff. Search and search, slashing damage, and let's give it... I don't want to give it too much, just a little bit. I want to give it... yeah, 1d6 poison. Just a little bit of an uptick. There we go. Just a little teeny tiny bit more, which is actually a 50% damage increase. Just a little bit more. Yeah. That means that when Oraxia does the multi attack, the 6 plus... yeah, the 1d4 plus 4 plus 1d6 has averaged 2.5 plus 4 plus 3.5. 6. 10 damage. So she's now got a 20 damage per round multi-attack, which is, by the way, still freaking low for this challenge rating. Challenge rating 9 typically has an average damage output of 45 per round. They may be lower, they may be higher, depending on other features going on. In this case, Oraxia's got burst elsewhere. It's just that she runs out of power. And that, to be honest, is a lot of monsters. They do run out of power. That is kind of the point. So yeah, that's good. I think that covers almost everything. I just realized there is a missing detail. Let me copy it from the Protea Adept. Orkin Resolve. Very, 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 very important feature to remember, because all of the Adepts have this. This goes in here. When Oraxia fails a saving throw, it may choose to instead succeed. Once it's used this feature, it may not do so again until it completes a short or long rest. Boom. There it is. There it is. Okay, otherwise that... yeah, that's Oraxia Adept right there. Splendid. Alright, let's copy that whole thing as a template. Pages down. And we're on to the Master. Master is definitely going to need a double widespread, isn't it? We'll see how it comes out, but it's going to need it. I'll do my best. Okay, all the stats are now once again irrelevant because we need to upgrade. I'm going to give it another 5 feet of movement, start making it even more terrifying. Stat increases at this level. Let me see here. I was comparing to Valkyria. Valkyria gets, at this point, +1 to everything but the charisma. Okay. I'm going to give Oraxia then +1 to everything except... I kind of want to keep the charisma, so let's not give it as strong an increase to the wisdom. Climb speed at last. Oh yeah, I didn't add climb speed to the adept. That was looking very empty up there. No, yeah, let's give that climb speed. Climb 35 feet. There we go. Yeah. And we'll do the same down here. Yeah, I said for the initiate, it doesn't have it, but for everything above that, nah, the players can deal with it. Get good. Okay, so, +1 to everything, and there's +1 modifier, so +2 to the actual score. Strength is going to be 3, Dexterity 20 for a 5, boy howdy, Constitution 19 for a 4, Int 18 for a 4, Wiz only 13, no +1 to it, and Char 12 to give it a +1. So this is something not common for Warframes, is to have an increasing charisma stat catching up to. I use it sparingly. I've used it in places like on Octavia, there's the bardic side of things. I think I used it on... Okay, Octavia's the one that comes to mind. There are a couple others I've used it on as well, where higher charisma makes more sense. Oraxia, I'm going to do it because I want that intimidation aspect to be more effective. So that makes sense to me. Also, the wisdom not increasing as much kind of matches in with how Oraxia in Warframe has fallen for the trickery of the Man in the Wall. Where the Man in the Wall took on the appearance and voice of Entrati, and Oraxia went, well, that's got me on board. I'll do what you ask. So yeah, it makes sense to me. So this is going to be challenge 14, 11,500 XP, because I just remember that's how much it is. Proficiency is +5 now. Let's amend these stats. Athletics is now a +8. Intimidation has climbed to a +6. Stealth has climbed to a +10. Good freaking luck, to be honest with you. It's challenge 14. You've got ways of fixing that. Do I make intimidation expertise now? Yes, I do. I love that idea. 11. Expertise in intimidation. We'll put expertise in stealth on the prime because I'm that much of a monster. I'm sorry. Or no, or do I give it perception on the prime? I'll give it perception on the prime. But for now, it can have expertise in intimidation because that's just funny. It's a spider after all. Armor class would currently be sitting at 15. Now 15 feels really low. It's only a couple points low for challenge 14. That's fine. 19 constitution for my calculations ends up translating to 255 hit points, which is a bracket 30 d8 plus 120. If you did want to roll it out, we just have them there. That gives her a pretty substantial hit point pool. According to my tracker, that hit point pool would be challenge 17 rather than 14, but because of the AC, that already pulls it down a bit. And then the damage is not going to be there either, as we've already measured, because most likely I'm not going to bring it up again. The Scuttlers, I'll be careful how much they can do. And the Scuttler can fit nicely on this page, actually, now I think about it. That's good. So I'll be careful with the Scuttler damage, and that means that she is going to be pretty good in that side. Tanky, controlling, not huge on the damage at this stage. Perfect. Alright, let's fill out the other details. Yeah, passive perception hasn't changed, it doesn't need to. All the rest of that is now correct. Bullet jump distance is now 3, 6, 12. And horizontal, 1632. Oracle Resolve, once it's used this feature twice, as masters get to use it twice. Predator's Look doesn't need to change, it's level agnostic information. Void, Power, Ability, Intelligence, DC 15 is now actually, let me see here, 4, 5, 9, 17. Spell attack bonus 9. And Void Power is listed below. Depth, that's all good. Oraxia makes 2 attacks with Whip or Dagger. I'll adjust those as needed later, but let's update the basic information. The plus to hit is now 10. The damage of this attack is now 7, because that's a +5. Same over here, plus to hit is now 10. And this is a 7 because that is a 5. Okay, good. So now that brings us back to spells again. Coming back down to here. So we are on to Widow's Brood. Now it's interesting they call it Widow's Brood. Are we to take that Black Widow spiders are what they have? Or is Oraxia a widow? Like that? Was the same throws? Oh shit, yeah, I've not been adding in the same throws, have I? Bollocks. Oraxia Adept. This is a problem with copying Initiate stat block. It doesn't have those. Let's see. Saving throws go at the top of the section. Here we are. Okay, let's see. For first Oraxia, If I go dexterity, that's going to feel harsh. Let's see. She's not got anything concentration so far, so constitution save would be on the weaker choices. She fell victim to the man on the wall, so wisdom seems a bit stupid. Strength save makes it harder to knock her off things, I guess. But usually it'll be more athletics. That's a toughie. That is a toughie. I'm going to go with the Constitution saving throw. It's a weaker choice, but it fits into the angle we're kind of leaning towards of giving her the extra resilience. Yeah. What am I using that formats it to look like a D&D page? This is the home brewery. In fact, let me just copy the main domain for you. Boop. It's that thing right there. That's in chat. The home brewery is made by Natural Crit. Whoever runs Natural Crits, it will be on their page. But yeah, it's a very simple interface for making this kind of thing. I'm exceedingly grateful they have it. And then, as you can see on the left here, it's just turning pseudocode into page formatting. Yeah, the default on it should show you examples of how the formatting works, and you learn from there. There you go, all the great things on that side. Anywho, with that, we've got saving throws there. Let's copy this one down for the master. So that is going to be Constitution save of 9. Now, let's see. If for this one, this is where we're going to get Widow's Brood in. If Oraxia was used to defend Entrati and Scholar's Landing in Duviri being functionally another plane of existence, one of the big resistances against being forced out of your plane of existence is Charisma saving throws. So I think Charisma saving throw would fit on that side. That's where the resilience would come from to justify that. It also makes sense that's what this Oraxia I'm scaling up its stat in Charisma more than Wisdom to, so we'll go that direction. It's going to have a +6 Charisma saving throw on top of the Constitution +9. God knows what save I'm going to give it for the Prime, but I'll get to that. I might give it the Wisdom save at the Prime. Yeah, to shore up that otherwise low Wiz stat, I think I'll go the Wiz save on the Prime. That's when it fully switches on and figures out how to handle stuff better. Alright, that covers all those base stats. Yeah, we're on to the spell itself. Widow's Brood. Let's make this happen. Leave the number out before anyone gets confused. Okay. Isn't a Prime defending Scholar's Landing? Should have up to defenses. Yeah. Who knows? Maybe Entrati didn't have access to that strand of Kra at that time, and then the Prime. You've got a few years to figure that out. They will do something with it. I mean, Lavos primed himself. Eurelie. Well, Ballas didn't like the girl that he was intending to body snatch being less than idealistic in a decorum, so he then went, well, fuck you, you're being a Warframe instead. Which is probably better than being body snatched by Ballas, if we're honest about it. So, you know. Basalka creates Oraxia Prime out of spite. That would be something, wouldn't it? That would be something. Revenant came out through Eternalism. Yeah. Revenant doesn't have a proper explanation. For that matter, I don't think neither does Valkyria. Go figure, all over. Just go figure. Alright, so Widow's Brood. The way it works in Warframe is, obviously the starting point of thinking about it, Oraxia launches barrage of stinging darts, applies toxic stairs effect. The actual damage from it is kind of but it is there. Poison enemies spawn scuttlers when killed. Now, if we're waiting for them to die to get the scuttlers out of them, that's no bueno. The question is, do I want the scuttlers to be automatic, or do we want some other trigger to have to follow up to make the scuttlers happen? I'm thinking just summon them. Personally, just summoning them is the way. And then have the condition where if someone is dropped to 0, a scuttler erupts from them, and they automatically fail a death save as well. Or no, just if they die. If they die, another scuttler as well. That would work. That'd be fine. I think. Actually, well, no. I might just ditch the whole on-death thing, to be honest. Just completely ditch it. It works when you're a one Warframe clearing hordes of enemies. It doesn't work when you're a monster being cleared by players. Yeah. In a fight that just summoned when she goes in stealth. That's a very valid point, actually. She does just summon a swarm of them midway through the fight. There's nothing that they're coming out of there. So yeah, that's actually fine. So yeah, no, we'll just have some of them. Also, yeah, Conjuration fits as well. Now the question is, how do I want to have them summoned? I'm going to make this a bonus action. And you might be thinking, holy shit, Ken, a bonus action Widow's Brood? Are you insane? But hear me out. The reason for the bonus action is that it allows her action economy to do something else alongside it, but that something else can't be Mercy's Kiss or Webbed Embrace. Because again, spellcasting rules apply, you can't cast 2 leveled spells in a turn if one of them was cast as a bonus action. Or more specifically, if you cast a leveled spell as a bonus action, then the only other spells you can cast on that turn are cantrips. So the use of a bonus action would allow her to use other type of action, such as multi-attack instead. That's the idea of going on bonus action there, is to allow us to sneak in some more damage capability or just some more interesting actions alongside just summoning the Brood. So yeah, this is casting time 1 bonus action. There we go. Range. Ooh. Let's go range self, and then 30-foot sphere. So what I'm doing there is I'm going to say this is just going to be a on self, just from themselves cast it, and I'll have the scuttlers spawn within spaces in that 30-foot sphere. Let's go with that. Oh, I could make this slightly more complicated. I have some interesting ideas here that could make this balanced or unbalanced at the same time. And then duration. Yeah, the scuttlers bleed out over time, so we'll have this 1 minute as well. Standard fare. For anyone curious about the durations on spells, to keep things simple, I either make spells happen instantly, 1 round, which is 6 seconds, 1 minute, 1 hour, or some other larger multiple beyond that. I don't do 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes, 10 minutes I do, but not 2 minutes, not 30 seconds, unless there's a really exceptional case where the spell just wouldn't work well if it was locked to those rigid thresholds. The thresholds mostly make it much easier to track. So a 1 minute spell is basically for the length of the fight. If a fight lasts more than 10 rounds, something weird is happening, usually. For a 10-minute spell, that is not only this fight, but even if a chase starts happening, it's going to last. 1 hour is basically an entire segment of exploration time. It is effectively a tick time of a dungeon at that point, 1 hour. And then 1 day is a day. You know what a day is. So yeah. The reason I'm using 1 minute for a lot of these spells is to fit that same paradigm. 1 hour to be stalking you through the dungeon? Yeah, and if a DM wants to change the spell to an hour, they're welcome to do so. Hell, I might even make it at higher level spell. It could be a long duration, but that's kind of forward thinking that doesn't apply right now. Also, Brother Oni, cheers. Cheers indeed. Just reminding y'all, we do have the hype bonus giveaways on this stream as well. So if we do hit any level of hype train from your support, whether that be from subscribing for yourself, gifting subs, or tipping the stream with bits, every level of hype train leads to another giveaway in Warframe. We're looking at things like Omniformer bundles, there could be legendary cores, we've got various other bits and pieces up for grabs. In fact, I think I have the whole spinner right here. Don't fight me. There we are. You can see various bits and pieces there. The Oraxia Catalyst ×3, Former Bundle, Signa of your choice from the market there, Warframe slots, whatever pops up on the spinner. Every single level of hype train can trigger that. Well, will trigger that. But yeah, just thought I'd plug that up for a moment. Alright then, Widow's Brood, bonus action, self 30-foot spear, Oraxia can wait a moment because I request for the change of the lights. Kirby wants a Toxiny Green. Let's see, what's a good Toxiny Green? Not those, not those. There we go. That's a good Toxiny Green. There you are. Oraxia conjures arachnid-like just arachnid-like creatures in nearby unoccupied spaces of its choosing. Also, another fun fact, I use its throughout to refer to Warframes, just to keep it simple. They are all it. They are monsters. Oraxia conjures arachnid-like creatures nearby unoccupied spaces of its choosing. The number of conjures arachnid-like creatures. Conjures scuttlers. Arachnid-like creatures. There we are. That's it. Explanation. This is the name. Capitalized because it'll be a stat block. In nearby unoccupied spaces of its choosing. The number of scuttlers it creates is equal to the level the spell is cast at, +1 for each creature Oraxia, each non-friendly creature Oraxia can see that is below half health. A maximum of 10 scuttlers can be conjured this way. So, I don't know what level of spell this is going to end up at the moment, but imagine it is a, say, a 5th level spell. That's going to be 5 scuttlers. But if the fight has already progressed a bit, or if the players have come in already somewhat wounded, then that's going to be more scuttlers already on the field. So the idea is there is a little bit of a timing choice as well. I'm creating a number of timing choices here. Mercy's Kiss, Widow's Brood, cementing the idea of Oraxia is stronger when you are weaker. A predator looks for the wounded prey. And then I'm putting in the max of 10 scuttlers. 1, because a DM will cry if it's more than 10. I mean, already at 10 it's terrifying to manage. But 2, that also matches Warframe. And just like in Warframe, there's going to be a bug where the DM is going to occasionally forget that 10 is the max and summon 12 of them, and then the players will complain later. Bugs happen in Warframe and in D&D. And for the same reason. Yeah, Oraxia conjures scuttlers or acting-like creatures nearby unoccupied spaces. If it's choosing, number of scuttlers it creates is blah 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 blah. When a scuttler is reduced to 0 hit points, before the spell ends, the scuttler disintegrates to dust. Yeah. I don't think I need anything more in the actual information from Widow's Brood. Oh wait, no, I do need on commanding. Oraxia can freely command its scuttlers on its turn to with one of the following commands. Can freely, yeah, Oraxia can freely command its scuttlers on its turn with one of the following commands. No, I should have where they are in initiative first. So, roll a new initiative. I need to remember how to spell that word. Initiative, yeah, that's correct. Roll a new initiative for the scuttlers as a group. Oraxia can freely command its scuttlers on its turn with one of the following commands. So, on its turn, to carry out on the scuttler's turn with one of the following commands. So she can choose attack a specific target, attack the nearest target, for each scuttler, or guard a location and ready attacks. So I'm giving her restrictions on how she can command them. The scuttlers are very simple. Can we say or creature itself? Not sure what you're saying there, Kopi, what you're adding in, sorry. But yeah, Oraxia can freely command its scuttlers on its turn to carry out on the scuttler's turn with one of the following commands. From scouting a location, or creature itself. Well, if it's guarding itself, it would just be attacking the nearest target to that scuttler, which I think achieves the same goal. If we're guarding a location and readying attacks, I'm saying that it's going to go somewhere. There's not something to attack just yet. Oraxia knows there's going to be something to attack there, so ready the attack to then hit whatever comes into the area being guarded. That's the idea. I'm trying to limit the actions that it can take there to make it very simple to operate the scuttlers and to make clear that they're not really intelligent things. They are just a swarm that Oraxia brings forth. They are just a swarm. So Oraxia can freely command scuttlers on its turn to carry out on the scuttler's turn with one of the following commands: attack a specific target, attack the nearest target to each scuttler, or guard a location, ready attacks. You think it's along the lines of just following swarming around her? So yeah, guard. Well, let's see. No, you wouldn't need to individually specify that, because she can do it freely on her turns. So if she moves to a new spot, she then commands the scuttlers, come with me, you're guarding this spot is where I'm stood. So they will move along with her. On their turn, they'll just move along, and then ready attacks to anything they need to attack. Yeah, I think that should still cover that use case. I'm trying to keep it simple but still usable. A double communication of they are effective as a brood, a swarm that just kind of is there to fight and do their thing with you, but also they're only so good. Yeah, and then all the information about how they act, what their hit points are, that's going to be in their stat block. Yeah, Oraxia conjures scuttlers, arachnid-like creatures in nearby unoccupied spaces of its choosing. In unoccupied spaces of its choosing within range. The number of scuttlers it creates is equal to the level of the spell. The spell is cast at +1 for each non-friendly creature Oraxia can see that is below half health. It's a bit of a word salad, that one, but it gets the point across. A maximum of 10 scuttlers can be conjured this way. Roll a new initiative for the scuttlers as a group. Cool. Oraxia can freely command its scuttlers on its turn with those attacks, and then when a scuttler is reduced to 0 hit points or the spell ends, the scuttler disintegrates to dust. Cool. Ellie say, speaking of redundancies, what if when they're uncommanded would attack nearest be better as default, and she can command them to otherwise? That's a good question. Do I give them a auto action? If no command is given, scuttlers will attack the nearest non-friendly creatures. I should say each scuttler. Each scuttler will attack the nearest non-friendly creature to itself. Yeah. Attack the nearest non-friendly creature. Goes attack a specific target. Attack the nearest non-friendly creature to each scuttler. Guard location ready attacks. If no command is given, each scuttler will attack the nearest non-friendly creature to itself. They'll just, by default, find things and just marmalize it. Nearest non-friendly creature it can see. So if someone goes invisible, the scuttlers aren't going to give a damn. They're just going to go somewhere else. When a scuttler reduces 0 hit points, all the spell ends, scuttler disintegrates to dust. Cool. Alright, that covers the major part of that. I'll figure out the level of the spell in a moment. What I need to do now is create the scuttler stat block, and then I can follow that up with just how effective I want this whole thing to be. Excavated. I suppose, yeah, we're not going to be upcasting the spell, so I could just flat number it. You're right, Gopi. I put that there more as a... It's open-ended that it could use higher level spell slots, but yeah, I suppose it doesn't need to. That's more of a player feature. Anyway, let's copy this over just to use as the template. This is going to be Scuttler. This is going to be a small... Are they small or tiny? No, definitely small. Small construct. Neutral evil. No, they'd be unaligned. They can't have an alignment. Is Oraxia's invisibility greater or just regular? Neither. Those terms don't refer to invisibility. They refer to spells. Armor class of Scuttlers. These should be easy to hit. 10. Hit points, I'll figure that out in a moment. Speed. Scuttlers can be relatively speedy, but not that much. So honestly, I'll just leave them at 30. But let's also give them a climb 30 because that's just terrifying. They're going to have strength of just 10. Dexterity 16, which is actually going to make this armor class 13. Constitution 10. Intelligence 4. Might actually be lower. How much is it for a wolf? Wolf 5e. A wolf in 5e is intelligence 3. Alright, these are 3 then. Definitely not more intelligent than a wolf. Wisdom 10, flat 0, Charisma 2 for a -4. Giant spiders are even dumber? Yeah, but they're giant spiders, they're not scuttlers. But scuttlers can't be smarter than worms, that would just be dumb. Saving throws, none. Get rid of that. Skills, none. Get rid of that. Sensitive passive perception, 10. Language. Understands Orokin. Not even common, just Orokin. Challenge, proficiency, to be figured out. To be figured out. They're not going to have any of these. That's all irrelevant to them. They don't have void powers even. So, yeah, they're just not going to have any details in there. We'll go straight into the actions. Understands, can't speak. No, you don't need to say that, Kobe, because understands Orokin implies in the fact that I'm specifying understands that it can't speak it. It's implicit. Let's see. So, naturally, all this spell stuff is irrelevant. Get rid of all that. Honestly, with the number of scuttlers, we don't want loads of attacks. So I'm thinking of just a simple bite attack, to be quite honest. I probably shouldn't have deleted the basic attack information, but let's just use that one. There we are. Melee weapon attack. Do we consider it weapon or spell? Sorry, do we consider it melee or spell? Yeah, it's melee spell attack. If it's magical conjuration, nah. Melee weapon attack, we'll leave it at that. So this is going to be, let's use Oraxia's proficiency, so we have +8 to hit. Going to include the variance from the fight or just purely ability scholars? Just ability scholars. We don't need to make this over crazy. They'll make it harder to balance if nothing else. On a hit. 1d4 +3 would be a 5. Using that dexterity. That would be piercing damage. And let's go with 2 1d4 poison and see how that scales. I'm using it as just kind of a starting point to think about this. That is a very small stat block. That feels weird. I know there's no hit points on it yet, but I'll sort that out. But it just feels weird to look at. That is valid. Once I've got the hit points in. So, if we're summoning, say, 5 scuttlers plus weakened, let's start with 5. 5 scuttlers is then going to be putting out, once they get into range, an average of 8 damage each per turn. We ignore the hit chance for the moment, it's fine enough. So 8 damage each, that is going to be 5 scuttlers, 40 damage per round. 40 damage per round is a pretty significant boost here. So we're going to want to make sure that they are vulnerable. Because, yeah, 40 damage per round. Oraxia in total are wanting to only have something like 70 damage per round. Even this might be too much. Because of the action economy as well, of summoning things to be attacked and dealt with, I'm going to take out the poison damage. Do I take out the poison or... I can take out the poison, or I can make this a simple 4 damage. 1 plus 3, so simple 4 damage and leave the poison in. I only take it down by... Yeah, I'll take it down by 1.5. It'll be 4 plus 2, 6, 30. That's more like what I'm looking for, yeah. Yeah, let's make these... make this a flat 4 piercing damage. And then 2 1d4 poison damage. There we are. Maybe worth borrowing some verbiage from elsewhere. I'm not going to bring up the homuncular servant or anything like that. I get where you're coming from, but I'd like to build this as independently as possible from D&D itself. Will they get any saves? I don't think they need any saves, no. If they get fireballed, they get fireballed. I could give them minion resilience. So minion resilience, however you want to refer to it, it's a feature that came over with 4th edition, which is where if something would save from a effect, then it takes no damage from that effect, regardless. So that would mean that for fireballs, rather than taking half damage, it just takes none. Explicitly set in bonus state uses Oraxia's spell attack modifier as such. I don't need it to use Oraxia's. I'm giving the Scuttlers their own stats to make it easy to run. Yeah, let's give it the whole minion-y thing. So let's see, it goes in here. So we got minion resilience. When Scuttler saves against succeeds on a saving throw against a spell, attack, or effect, it takes no damage from that source. Pack tactics? Oh, definitely not, no. Vulnerable to the burning webs? Well, I mean, if they're in the webs and they're on fire, then yeah, they can take the damage from them. So yeah, when Scuttle succeeds on a saving throw against a spell, attack, or effect, it takes no damage from that source. Simple as that. It's got the bite, 4 piercing, and 2 like a 1d4 poison, which means on a crit it's 2d4 poison, but the piercing doesn't go up. Crits can't be too powerful on it, because most of it is in non-rollable damage. Excuse me. With the 4 piercing, do I put 1d1 plus 3 to be very clear that that's not missing a dice roll? No, I think that'd look silly. That would look silly. Likewise, 1 plus 3 would just look redundant. So I'll just have to trust the reader on this one to understand what they're looking at. Okay. So we got our Scuttler there. It needs some hit points. It's going to be distracting a lot from what Oraxia is doing as well. Assuming there's any distraction, to be honest, but it could still be distracting. I don't want it to be stupidly easy to kill, like 1 hit point. I know it's minion, but it's not actual legitimate 4th edition minion. So let's see. Honestly, I think just 10 hit points is going to be enough. You think you move after dice roll? True, I usually go physical then element damage, but you're right, I could do that. I go that. There we go. Hit 2 bracket 1d4 poison damage and 4 piercing damage. It looks nicer, yeah. Yeah, I know that some blocks have that whole, here's a saving throw of whatever amount to take even more damage. It adds dice rolls. It just adds dice rolls, and we don't need more dice rolls. If the damage is supposed to not hit half the time, just deal half the damage. It's much easier. And if they don't want it to crit, don't make it a dice roll. There are options. Options that don't slow down the table. And ultimately, D&D is a slow game. Hackers are saying they need web walks. They can't get stuck by Oraxia's web sense. Yeah, no, they don't need that, Hakuzo. Because the web isn't the web you're thinking of. I get where you're coming from. If I were using the web from something else you've experienced, then yes. But not here. Because webbed embrace, non-friendly creatures that start their turn in the area have to make the saving throw. Non-friendly creatures considered difficult terrain. Pretty much every Warframe ability, not all of them, but pretty much every Warframe ability checks first for non-friendly creatures. And I have used that in playtesting as well to be an absolute bastard, where the players thought they'd got this tight cluster. Yeah, okay, we're all close. And Gara just went, cool, yeah. Nezha, duck, sweep. And hit everyone but Nezha. At which point they're like, why is that allowed? Warframes. They're not supposed to be your friend. 20 HP but lose 2 each turn. Too much busy work. That exists in Warframe to make it quicker to kill them, but if they're... It gives them a duration that I suppose theoretically you could heal, but otherwise they can be shot down. It's just not necessary. I'll be quite honest with you. It's just not necessary. In this case, just 10 hit points, which is... now 10 hit points doesn't fit nicely with any hit dice, does it? No, it doesn't. How can I handle that? Okay, yeah, no, wait, they're small. 3d6. Bam, that works. Yeah, the DM having to track the health bars is bad enough. Having to track -2 each round to those as well? Come on. AoE attacks were constant fear, but you didn't know the exact nature of each frame's AoE. Oh yeah, that was a big part of it, Eliu, absolutely. For those of you unaware, both Umbrella here and Eliu were members of the playtest that I did on these very Warframes, as I was putting the document together. I believe that, yeah, Eliu was part of what I nicknamed Duck Squad. So that was a group of players who had had very little or no experience in D&D beforehand. And so they were kind of entering into it with very much new player eyes. Whilst Umbrella was part of Wolf Squad. They were a set of players who were very experienced in the game. Every single one of them on the survey I put out for people signing up to the playtest, every single one of them in Wolf Squad responded that they had experience of multiple characters across multiple campaigns, if not even DMing themselves. So I had a group of near enough absolute rookies and a group of people who not only knew the game well enough to min-max, but knew they were allowed to. Whew. That group was a little bit of a struggle to challenge at times, let me tell you. Boy howdy. Oh, I did challenge them, but when they really know what's going on with the game, you really then have to think outside the box with Warframe selection and how it all comes together in a scenario. I mean, Ellie, you chose a few tactics that worked, so yeah. There was one person who had built this somewhat obnoxious, but at the same time hilarious build, which was all about just grappling every single Warframe one by one, and then just slamming their face into the ground. That was what he did time after time after time. I was like, he can't keep getting away with this. But he did. He built it very well for that one specific job. Grab them, floor them, punch, punch, punch. I forgot about that. Yeah, you beat Sevagoth's shadow with his own unconscious body. Yeah. I just... Oh dear, yeah. Yeah. Oh dear. Grenadier players before monsters. I just... Go figure, honestly. Go figure. They had some wild stuff in that. We had a sorceress on both teams. On one team, she was a suicidal fire maid, and on the other one, she was Haha, Eldritch Abominations go burr. Just eye core and lidless eyes appearing over places, that kind of effect. Might as well open up a portal to the warp from 40k rather than play D&D. That level of just... Why are we friends with this one? Who's the enemy here? It was good shit. It was good shit. D&D is fun. This is why I make this. Anywho, I keep talking and not building. Right, Scuttlers. Armor class 13, hit point 10, 3d6. Yep, that works. Speed is fine, stats are fine. Senses. So, challenge. What is the technical challenge for these? Proficiency bonus. I'm copying over from Oraxia, so it's +5. But the challenge, let's see here. So they have a DPR of 6. Hit points of 10. Let's see here. DPR 6, hit point 10. Yeah, that makes him a quarter. AC fits as well. Yeah. That's a challenge of 1/4. And if I have a look then, D&D 5e XP per CR. Just because I've forgotten for a 1/4. A 1/4 is... Where is it? Come on, where's the table with it? Don't make me go get the book. Oh, I'm gonna have to go get the book, aren't I? Ugh. One moment. Let's see. Challenge 8. Something with a quarter, please. 50. There it is. I'll put that back later. Oh. We had a Minotaur rode a tiny pony. Yes, yes, that did happen. I did kill the pony as soon as possible with an orbital strike. Yes. Oh, that was brilliant. The group arrive through the next portal to deal with the next set of Warframes. They find themselves in this strange junkyard of a place. And as they're moving forwards, what could just be described as a simple metal sphere just from outer sight bounced down towards them and then just went beep beep. Right next to the Minotaur and his brand new pony. He's just looking at, oh fuck. And Vorban has used his orbital strike. It was animal abuse, honestly, to have a Minotaur on a pony like that. So, you know, I was doing it a favour. Also, Vorban wasn't alone. Vorban was not the only engineer in that scrapyard having fun with the discarded materials. Protea was also there. It, at one point, got very close to being deadly for the playtesters, which was perfect. It turns out that Protea's shrapnel grenades are not somewhere you want to stand. When she creates an area of no fuck off, pay attention to no fuck off. So that was nice. Anyway, let's see. The playtesters, in fact, did not pay attention to it. They took a load of damage and just dealt with it anyway. People were very close to dying. A couple bad dice rolls would have completely sunk it for them. That was certainly one of the plays of all time. Just go prone? No, do not take the queen approach. The queen approach does not work. The queenie maneuver is a suicidal maneuver. Let's see. So yeah, I looked that up. It's 50. That's what I was adding to that. There we go. Brain's back on track now. That is the Scuttler designed. We've got the Scuttler dealing 6.5 damage per attack. With 5 Scuttlers, that would come out to 32.5. Any additional Scuttlers, adding another 6.5 on that. Cool. Will I be adding in Kuvria, I'm going to guess that was supposed to be Kubro. Kavata Vulpify as pet stat blocks. I have no intention of adding those at this time, no. No intentions at this point. Okay, so with the Scuttlers so designed... oh, that's not where I want to be. The Scuttlers, conjure the Scuttlers. They live until they don't. And they can be commanded. Very simple stuff. How does the rest of this come together then? Now, if I level up Mercy's Kiss to 5th level, does it feel like it should level up again? How does the damage all come together? Turn 1, Oraxia cast the Scuttlers, they get to work. Because Oraxia's done it straight away, the Scuttlers are only going to spawn as many as the spell would offer. I'm going to say it's going to offer 5 of them. So we've got 5 Scuttlers. And that'll be 5 Scuttlers turn 1. Then some of them are going to get destroyed. So turn 2, let's assume there's 4. And turn 3, let's assume there's 2. So that'll be 5, 4, and 2. 11 Scuttlers worth of attacks. So that'll be 11 times 6.5. That's the Scuttler attacks. We add on then turn 2. Turn 1. Araxia's still got her action. So you can use the whips and daggers. So let's go with the whip twice. Whip is 7.5 plus 3.5. So that's 11 total damage. 22 for the multi-attack. That is leveled up for this level, isn't it? Yes, it is. So 22. Then we follow it up with... let's go max damage follow-up. Follow it up with Mercy's Kiss. By this point, I wouldn't expect anyone to be half health in a reasonable encounter. So let's act like Mercy's Kiss is going to land without that. Mercy's Kiss at 5th level will be 2d12, 3, 4, 5d12. 5 times 6.5. And healing of 3... That's 3 of those. 46, that's going to be 14. Did I reply to your question? I did reply. I have no intention of adding in Kubro's Kavatsa Vulpifilers at this time. It's something I could do, it's just not something I have any plan to at this point. Right then, so we got the damage from Mercy's Kiss and the healing. Healing I can count as damage because the way the math works out, it functionally adds up to the same thing. So, yeah. Let's just have a look at this here. You're very welcome, Moon. Glad you got your drops there. Let's see. Yeah, and then Final Mercy's Kiss. This is one where I can expect it to have the ability to land the full damage. So we're going to have 13... No, sorry, the 2d12 plus 3 more, 5d12. So it's 5 times 6.5 plus the full poison damage, which would be 12 plus 18 for 30, plus the full healing, which will be 2d6 plus 3d6, 5d6, that's 5 times 3.5. Over the 3 rounds then, from this math, I'm going for Scuttlers, but they're taking damage over time, Mercy's Kiss, and then Mercy's Kiss again with full power. 220 estimated damage value, which if I divide by 3 comes out to 73 per turn equivalent. 73 per turn equivalent is challenge rating 14. Okay. So maximum damage focusing, that puts it about challenge rating 14, but that's assuming an attack modifier of 11. The Scuttlers have an attack modifier of 8, which is bringing down their ability to apply that damage a bit. And then we have Oraxia herself. Tank-wise, it's challenge 17, except for the armor class brings it down to like 16. So I'm pushing the edge of challenge 14. This might be about challenge 15 at the moment. Okay. Yeah, this does feel just over the line into challenge 15. Where can I modify that then? I could remove the dice roll from the scuttlers and go from 1d4 to just 2, removing the crit potential and bringing the average down by 0.5. I think that might just about bring it down. Yeah, let's go with that. Take away any of the crit risk on the scuttlers. Also takes away the amount of dice the DM has to roll. If I just go flat, just 2 poison damage, 4 piercing damage. Looks a little bit weird, just having no dice rolls in there, but it's intended. I think that should balance it to on the higher end of challenge 14, like 14.9, I suppose. Maybe 14.7, somewhere in that ballpark. It's rough, but it is manageable. It is manageable within that tier. Okay. Saving throws are in the correct spot. Skills are all good. All those bits are in. I just need to add this down here. So Mercy's Kiss is now 5th level for this tier. And Widow's Brood. 1 per short rest. Don't get to recast this one. Oraxia casts Widow's Brood as a 5th level spell. Is this a 5th level spell? Is this a 5th level spell? Widow's Brood. No, it's 6th level. That bonus action is pushing it over. That's definitely a 6th level. Okay. So the number of scuttlers it creates is 5, not 6, I'm going to go with 5. 5 plus 1 for each non-friendly creature. Actually, you can see that is below half health. There we are. Max of 10 can be formed that way. So this really punishes players that come into a fight against Oraxia already low health. If you're full health, you should have a good time. If you're not full health, if you've got weakened party members, or if you're escorting out just wounded people, for example, and you get caught by an Oraxia, things are going to get bad very, very quickly. That is the design here. So long as you keep people topped up, Oraxia can't be that dangerous. To an extent. I think that works out. I do think that works out. Also, the Scuttlers have a lot less range than the rest of Oraxia's kit, so she might accidentally just leave the Scuttlers behind, and that can be bad for her. They don't teleport in D&D. You just gotta work with them. Okay. I think that should cover it for the Master. Which brings us on to the final one. The Prime. Need another page. Pop this into here. Oraxia Prime. Years ahead of DE doing it. You're welcome. Stat-wise, well, let's see here. So with my template, we're going +1 across the board. Makes sense. 18 for +4. 22 for +6. 21 +5. 20 for a +5. 15 for a +2. And 14 for a +2. Beautiful. And then saving throws. We've got Constitution and Charisma. Let's add in... I hate putting it in, but I feel like... no, I did say earlier Wisdom feels like the pickup. Yeah, let's do Wisdom. So the challenge at this point we're aiming for 19 is 22,000 XP, proficiency 6. So Constitution save is now 5 + 6, 11. Wisdom save we're adding on is going to be 2 + 6 for +8. And the Charisma save is also a +8. There we go. We'll figure out these in just a moment. Speed, I want to take that even higher. It's now 50 foot with a climb of 50 foot. Screw you, Oraxia fast. You're dealing with a challenge 19, get good. That's what that comes down to. The skill, I did say at this point I'll be adding in Perception. Perception comes here in the alphabet. Perception will be a +8. Stealth is going to be that 6 + 6 is +12. Intimidation, which is expertise, is going to be 6, 12, 14. And athletics, 4 and 6 is 10. That passive perception is now 18. She is not a blind spider no more. That's really terrifying. Yeah, I haven't even gotten into making the actual spell yet. With those details, we can now calculate the relevant other bits for the armor class and hit points. Hit points first. Con evaluation. Challenge 19 with a con 21 is hit points started at 332, which is 35d8 plus 150 plus 25, 175. Bam. Doing well on that side. It's fine, Ellie. I had to update a spell I was writing earlier because I had sticky webbing and sticky webs within a line of each other. It just didn't make a good flow. These things happen. Alright then, armor class. Now by default here she'd have an armor class of 16 using her dexterity. At challenge 19 we'd be expecting an armor class of like 19 on average, so 16 is on the low end. But Oraxia is a low armor frame by default anyway, so I think having an armor class 16 and instead just increasing the health isn't too terrible. She's gaining bonuses elsewhere and she's going to gain even more. So I think this is going to be fine. Yeah, I'm happy for her armor class to be 16. It's bloody low for this level, but I think she will survive as a result. Oraxia's bullet jump distance is no longer going to be these poxy numbers. Strength of +4 is 4, 7, 21 vertical. And horizontal 18 is 54 horizontal. There we go. Oracle Resolve, when Oraxia fails saving throw, it may choose to instead succeed. Once it's used this feature 3 times, it may not do so again until it completes a short or long rest. There we are. Spell stuff. Intelligence is +5, got +6 proficiency. That comes to 19. And, what the fuck did I just hit? Oops. And then spell attack bonus is 11. There we are. Boy powers are listed in the actions below. Actions, multi-attack, blah, blah, blah. We'll have a look at those details in a moment to see if they need to be amended and made even stronger. But for the moment, let's just put through the default stuff that changes when her stats change, which is these. It's easier to do these straight away so that I can see what's locked in and then what I've got to work from. That's why I do that there. Okay, and the rest of that can just sit there as it is for the moment. Now we need to think about the actual spell we're picking up. There's no way this is actually going to fit in a single column. Am I going to get Oraxia Prime into one column? That'd be wild. I'll be honest, with some of the fighting I need to do with some of these stat blocks, that would be wild. Also at the moment, I've got actually a relatively good split formatting-wise here. This has come out nicely. But we'll see what happens with what I need to figure out for this fourth ability. So this is, of course, Silken Stride. Also, I have to give D credit. Some Warframes, when they come out, their ability names can sound, at times, a little bit naff or uncreative. I like the naming convention they've used for all 4 of Oraxia's abilities. Mercy's Kiss, tying in with actual Mercy kills, it might seem a little bit basic, but it's actually useful for tying the idea of the ability to the function. So I like that. Webbed Embrace just feels nice. Widow's Brood makes sense. The tie-in with the Widow side of things, but you know what, I'm nitpicking. Honestly, I like it. And then Silken Stride, it's bonus points for alliteration if nothing else, and it just sounds great. Also, they managed to avoid using web again. So, full credit to DE. The naming convention for these abilities, very well done. Also, I've screwed up the asterisking again. Oopsies. There we are. Okay, so Silken Stride. This is going to be a high level transmutation because it's affecting herself. It is transmuting the nature of her body. Casting time, 1 bonus action, I think is still going to stand. So that she can still do stuff alongside having just cast it. Range, self, is just self. Components, this is just going to be somatic, no vocal side to it. And then duration. Why not 1 hour? She deserves it. This is a very good energy economy Oraxia. Deal with it. That is the challenge I posit to the players. Deal with it. Okay, so let's quick recap on what Silken Stride actually does for her normally. Gives her a health bonus, gives her a weapon damage bonus that normally doesn't apply to melee. I'm probably going to have to make it apply to melee here. The damage bonus is higher whilst wall latching. Easy enough to replicate. And then there's an explosion effect. The explosion effect is on kill. I am going to drop that effect. She's also got the status effect and hard landing immunity. I can introduce details around that. She gains movement speed, gains parkour velocity. Let's see here. Auto wall latching. We got the traveling around. Silken thread travel speed, yada yada yada. We can handle all of that lot. In terms of handling the health multiplication, I think the simple way about it is to instead give her resistance. Just straight up damage resistance to everything. It means it fits in with existing features. It can be countered by features that take off resistances. Is this the first Warframe that properly uses a wall latching mechanic in D&D? It is going to be the first one that actually uses it, yes. Straight up the only one so far to properly use it, you're right. Yeah, I just didn't include wall dashing as a thing in general, so yeah. I mean, it's up to DM interpretation, they can use it how they please on others anyway, but yeah. Given the resistance, it's got something that's counterable. There are features that interact with resistances, but also it is a very easy thing to comprehend. There's no weird changing of health values that might increase, decrease, depending on if spell's active or not. No weird things to track on that side. It's just, oh yeah, spell's active, she has resistance. So I think in terms of a health multiplier, just putting 50% DR does the same thing. It just does the same. Did I have something for Loki? You know what, actually, did I do something for Loki? I think I did. Now that you joke about it, I think I did do something for Loki. Let's have a quick look here. Let's see. Trickster's Perch. Loki can climb sheer surfaces and hold on even with no ordinary grip to latch onto. There it is. Could also do bonus to AC. Bonus AC is a poor choice in my opinion. 2 reasons on that. First of all, it doesn't actually cover everything. It's only attacks, which more often than not just hurts the marshals. Just something to be aware of. Second of all, is that a bonus to AC leads to people missing rather than hitting but not killing her. It is usually far more frustrating to miss than it is to hit but go, oh shit, it's still alive? So that is the difference there. Even if everything else came out equal, hitting and it not killing is a better choice than just not hitting. Plus there's less swing in it. If you have a guaranteed hit for half damage, then you're guaranteed to kill them in twice the time. If you have the same damage, but now you've gone from guaranteed hit to 50% hit, well, you might kill them in the same time, it might take 3 times longer. Variance gets crazy too. There's also that Kobe, yes. At her level, she'd need one hell of an AC increase. Yes. Yeah, all the things there just point to AC is not the modifier to work with here. So, Oraxia unfurls large arachnid, there we go, yeah, arachnid formed metal legs from its back, lifting itself off its humanoid feet. In the process, Oraxia's form is enhanced in a number of ways. Not in a number of ways, just enhanced as follows. Let's get some bullet points in here. Now I'm going to do something that D unfortunately couldn't. Something that D wanted to. Oraxia is going to retain the ability to walk on walls in her spider form. There will be no stick to it and then have to hop off. She will just be able to skitter perfectly fine. So, Oraxia's climb speed increases to... Let's see, so we started at speed 50, climb 50. Climb speed increases to, let's go with... I want to double it. Let's go 80 feet. And can climb on sheer surfaces and ceilings without a check. There we go. Next feature. Oraxia gains resistance to all damage. Do I go all damage except psychic? Just to throw something else in there? Because this is a bodily transformation? Also matches to verify? I suppose, yeah. The secret CR25 Warframe has a little known feature called damage attenuation. Ugh. Oh, that's horrible to think about. I mean, how would that even look in D&D? It goes, oh, sorry, no, wizard, you're not allowed to do damage this turn because the paladin landed a crit. So, to make sure this fight is fun, your spell hits, but it only does 1 damage, okay? Shit, I've known DMs who do that kind of thing, and I hate them for it. This just further shows how stupid attenuation is. I know there are plenty of people who have experienced a DM who will fudge their hit points and go, you killed it too quick. It actually has more health. Hate. So yeah, no. Damage attenuation. Certainly in a game like D&D where you can do a much better job of balancing it. Good luck with balancing damage cap Warframe. It's that cat is well out the bag. That is well out the bag. Alright. Gains resistance to all damage. I'm tempted to go Mimi and say all damage except fire, radiant, and psychic. But that is functionally vulnerability to those 3 things. Which is... And fire is very common. No, I'm not gonna meme it. I feel the gremlin side of me wants to meme it, but the logical side of me says, nah. I would say psychic would be a good exclusion for reasons above. Feels good to hit that 1 counter outside of niche Shadowblade shenanigans. Shadowblade is, however, a very, very, very hard counter for it, so... Do the other frames have such vulnerabilities? No, most frames will have, at the prime tier, some kind of extra resistance thrown in, but not straight up vulnerabilities to a limited selection of types. There are some which will have resistance to various things but here or there, but not to the same scale. Not to the same scale. So now I'm just going to go Oraxia gains resistance to all damage. It gives her the straight health doubling. And if the players don't like it, dispel it. Ah yes, the person who played the cleric is asking for radiant damage vulnerability. You are transparent, Ellie. Got him. Alright then, let's see here. So, let's put in that line break. Oh god, that looks horrible. Don't put in that line break like that. Do it like this, that works. There we go. Oraxia gains resistance to all damage. Oraxia's weapon... Oh, this is going to need to be capitalized. Weapon attacks deal an additional something poison damage on hit. Oraxia can... I should probably put this as an earlier point because it'll match him with this first one. Oraxia can hang on any surface without using its arms. Support itself. Any surface indefinitely. Yeah, Oraxia climb speed increases, which is now superior to the normal movement speed. Can hang on any surface indefinitely without using its arms to support itself. Gains resistance to all damage, and weapon attacks deal something more damage on hit. I'll figure out how much in a moment. In addition, Oraxia can use an action or bonus action on each of its turns to extend a magical silken thread at a surface it can see within, let's say 300 feet. Give it a nice lovely long range. That's about 100 meters, which if I go to the Warframe side of things, it's got 75 base, so an extra third on that is fine. So within 300 feet, in fact it's not even 100 meters, it's a little bit less than that. So yeah, surface you can see within 300 feet. Oraxia is rapidly... Oraxia rapidly reels the silk in, pulling itself to the new surface instantaneously without using movement, without using speed, nor provoking attacks of, please fit, opportunity. There we are. So in addition, Oraxia can use an action or bonus action on each of its turns to extend a magical silken thread at a surface it can see within 300 feet. Oraxia rapidly reels the silk in, pulling itself to the new surface instantaneously without using speed nor provoking attacks of opportunity. And then just the rest of the details apply in that it can hang on any surface indefinitely without using its arms to support itself. Yeah. I think that covers the majority of what Silken Stride has to offer. We've got the health bonus in the resistance. We've got the toxin damage bonus. It's going to be the poison. I'm going to figure out the amount in a moment. And we've got the dodge in it. We don't need to increase movement speed. We increase the climb speed. And Parker Velocity is immaterial. I can't be bothered. It's not worth trying to include something like that. Is that Mama Javorini? Mama Javorini, I think. All the same. Thank you very much for subscribing to the channel here with your Prime. Welcome to the channel proper. Enjoy lovely blue sub badge and all the other bits and pieces go alongside that there. Much appreciated. Bonus action, 300 feet, 150 foot fast climb. I mean, I suppose if you dash, yeah. Oh yeah, this thing can absolutely move. Now I want you to imagine the sound. The sound of those metal legs doing that skittering clitter. Moon asking, how does the wall actually work in practice? Is she considered to be in the air while being next to the wall? No, she's just in a space. She's just on a surface. She's in a space, stood on it. She's just there. High intimidation for a reason? Oh, yes. And somehow, this just about fits within the space I've got here, and I love that as well. Okay, so now it is mathing time. If I recall correctly, from my original... what was it? Original damage calculation, I figured that Oraxia Master would only end up using the multi-attack on the first turn when it casts the Scutlass as well, and thereafter it would be too busy casting Mercy's Kiss for maximum damage rather than focusing on the weapons. So the weapons were a very low damage component, which means I can give a significant bonus to them and it shouldn't unbalance things. Shouldn't be the operative word. We'll see how that works. So on that basis then, jumping up 5 challenge ratings from 14 to 19, excuse me, increases the damage available per turn, or damage expectation per turn, by about 25. However, we are also giving her one hell of a tank and some insane mobility. And that reduces massively the amount that I actually want to give her. With 332 hit points, she's already at challenge 22 level tank, but the armor class 16 brings that down by 2 points, so that's only challenge 20 tank. So that's only 1 point above the 19 aim, which means that the damage output per turn we're looking at a 90 threshold. Previously we were looking at around about a 70 threshold calculated. The sheer mobility adds a lot to that as well. The damage resistance adds a lot to that as well, so I'm not going to go too crazy on this. I'm going to say then, let's increase the DPR here by... Ooh. If I increase it by 14, by giving a 2d7, that should be safe. How the wall actually be used in combat? Seems the only thing it does is stay safe from melee attacks or make a cool entrance. I mean, staying safe from melee attacks is a big damn deal, but also, if she's climbing, then she's invisible if she makes a successful stealth check because of her passive. Predator's Lurk. When it actually spends at least 5 feet of movement to climb, it may hide as a bonus action in any conditions. Oraxia becomes effectively invisible to all creatures with a lower wisdom perception check than Oraxia's dexterity stealth check until the start of Oraxia's next turn. Now that does require her to use the actual hide, whether as an action or bonus action. But yeah. D7s? No, 2d6. You get 7 from 2d6 average. And the reason I'm thinking d6 is because the poison that's already on here is a 1d6, so it makes it easy for the DM to roll the extra poison damage to just go, oh yeah, d6 plus another d6 plus another d6. Jobs are good. And rather than going, alright, a d6 and a d10, and where's another d10, or something stupid like that. When you can match dice to the same feature, it usually makes people's lives easier. Usually. Some people aren't coordinated. There's no saving them. I mean, it might have been a slip of the tongue. I believe you have a D7, Curb. Having played D&D with you, I believe you have a D7. Yes. Read into that how you will. So yeah, this poison damage bonus is relatively low, but that's because the ability is giving so much other stuff. It's not concentration, intentionally. And Oraxia is overall going to be controlling a lot of what's going on. I don't want it to be particularly powerful. What this does give her is that, ignoring everything else that could be going on in her life, I've also given no damage and vulnerability on Webbed Embrace, but that's because they're going to be restrained or incapacitated, so that's fine. With nothing else going on, just her attacks, multi-attack with her whip would be 1d4 plus 6 plus 3d6. 1d4 plus 6 is 8.5, and 3d6 is 10.5, so that would be 19 damage per attack, 38 per turn with the multi-attack. And 38 per turn is, frankly, not that threatening, but this is also someone who can then just be resistant to all damage and skitter the hell out of there anyway. And with the increased reach on the whip, can also get you whilst they're off the ground anyway. So I think that works out in their favour. There is a tense action economy in this, but that's why they've got a bajillion hit points. I think that works out. Without playtesting it, it's no way to know for sure, and let's be honest, challenge rating 19 is challenge rating 19. All balance does just break at that tier. We're going to take this Mercy's Kiss and take it to 6th level. We're going to give them... Let's scroll up so you can see the changes here as they happen. So, yep, that's 6th level. Copy the formatting off of Widow's Brood here to give us Silken Stride. Silken Stride as a... I'm going to say 8th level. This is a very strong ability lasting for an hour like this. So I'm going to give it an 8th level spell slot. This does also mean it'll take one hell of a counter spell to counter it. Can the Scuttlers walk, steal, and climb as well? Yes. The Scuttlers have a climb speed, so they can just go onto walls as well. They don't have the feature to go on sheer surfaces, which I can definitely give them. Yep, well done, Elu. You've done it. Alright. Let's, where'd the Scuttler go? There it is. Arachnid's Perch. Scuttler can climb on sheer surfaces and ceilings without a check. Why is this? That was weird. There we go. Alright, Elu, thank you for making the Scuttlers nastier. I appreciate it. Let's see. So, Oraxia Prime needs an innate resistance and needs decondition immunities. Because if I go here, Protea Prime has these after senses. There's a fly buzzing around my face at the moment. I really don't like it, but I can't. You land on my glasses, I will murder you. Stop. Flies. Yeah, it's a Scuttler. It's a flying Scuttler. I'm doomed. Okay, so we got the prone and restrained condition immunity in there because Oraxia Prime now has Prime Sure-Footed equipped. And that now leaves the damage resistances that innate ones have. Oh, don't I give any to Protea? I didn't give any to Protea. Sucks to be Protea. What did I give to Corvex? Yeah, there it is. Damage resistance, Radiant on Corvex. Oraxia... It should be poison, honestly, yeah. Damage resistances... Poison. Condition immunity... It should have immunity to poison condition. That's fucking Oraxia. It should be immune to poisoned. So yeah, it is. Can you imagine a spider descending in front of me while writing a spider frame? Ugh. Let me just check that previous spider hiding spot now you mention it. Nope. It's not there today. I think I did successfully lose it in the garden last time I chucked it out. Hopefully this time. Oh, did Brother Oni suggest it? Oh, let me see. Ah, yes, yes, yes. I do apologize. Yes. Alright. Hydrate. It appears I've been streaming for a while. I have a drop left. I will have to fix that off stream. But I will remember it, Blue Fortress. I will remember the hydrate and do it properly. Believe you me, I'm remembering it. I've just been streaming an hour longer than I normally do. But I'll be honest, I think we might actually be there. Aside from the intro graphic, I will do that later. We now have the Initiate, the Adept, the Master, the Scuttler, and the Prime variant. And all the spells, including a fancy little table, to go with it. All of them have their casting times, all of them have their components, all of them have their levels, all the details there. It's ended up at 2, 4, 6, 8. That's kind of cute. Do Scuttlers have different stats for the Prime? They do not, no. If you wish to have a Prime Scuttler, I leave that to the DM to be an arsehole about it, but I would suggest that you don't do that. Given the balancing nature, the only thing you could consider doing for the Prime, if you really wanted to, is to give them the same condition and damage resistances that Oraxia Prime has. And give them gold. Yeah, give them some gold. Why not? Shiny, shiny. That is entirely in the optics. It is the cosmetics, the fashion frame, if you will. I don't do that. They don't scale with enemy level. They scale with enemy vulnerability curb. So if you bring a bunch of weakened people to the fight, Araxia's just going to go, here, have more Scuttlers. Yeah, she really, really punishes those who are not in fit shape to fight her. D&D Araxia going to have problem endurance encounters. I mean, a lot of Warframes do struggle in endurance, yeah. Yeah. Reb should be a Master Flesh Golem Maker as a final boss in this book. I mean, surely at this point I can get, you know, the credit for making the monsters. Reb's part of the team that made the Warframes, but I'm the ones that made them your enemies. I think this does wrap it all up. Alright then. Yeah, that is everything on the Oraxia side. I will sort the front page of it at some point over the weekend, and then I will make an announcement when this is live and available over on the website. If you do !WFDND, you'll get the link to get the download. The download at the moment has everything other than Oraxia in it, and again, it is completely free to download unless you want to tip me. If you want to provide a tip, I much appreciate it, because you can see the amount of work that goes into making just one of these, and ignore all the blank looking pages, it's just loading everything. They're all here, including, as pointed out earlier, 2 sets for Hydroid, 2 sets for Inaros, because D made such serious changes to those frames after I designed their stat blocks that I figured I'd just make a new set of stat blocks and give you both. So yes, with full stat blocks for all of these, extra features included, stat blocks for any summons or companions that are relevant to it, like Venari, like Rumblers, all the terms in there as well, and yes, you're right, there is a Banshee in there, but it's not that green. It's a little green, but it's not like true green. The actual green Banshee, yeah, we've got to keep that safe. But yeah. All of that is available to you guys absolutely for free, and Oraxia will be there probably by the end of the weekend, so long as this heat doesn't kill me. I forgot which way around the Hydroids. Is Ocean the Puddle or the Pillage? Ocean is the puddle one, and swamp is the plunder one. So the swamp has that more corrosive effect because swamps are just that much more corrosive. They're much less clean, I guess is the best word. I mean, oceans aren't exactly clean, we've seen to that, but you know what I mean. Swamps are just that much more toxic. Or corrosive, or just putrid. There's the word. Putrid. Ocean, however, that's where it's got the puddle form. And the puddle form, I did make that nasty as well. I also checked up the details. I checked this with a marine biologist friend of mine, and they happen to know a fair amount about ships just as part of their line of work. And it turns out that the ocean hydroid is capable of keeping up with the typical traveling pace of middle-aged ship. Middle-aged? I've lost the fucking term now. Medieval. There we are. Medieval ships. So that era of ships, the speeds they could usually get to, the Middle Ages. Yeah, but I just had Middle Age stuck in my head. It just broke. So your typical older sailing ships, not modern super fancy stuff, and not the speedy whatever they're called, cutters, I want to say. But your typical ships, Hydroid can keep up with the speed of those. Yeah, definitely not speedboats. No. Hydroid wouldn't keep up with a speedboat, but then Hydroid would just look at the speedboat and rain down problems on it, and the speedboat with its complete lack of defenses would go, oh shit, and perish. Because Hydroid. Kraken. So yeah, all the options are in there. Tomb and Cryptonaros is just a way to split between Anaros without cats and Anaros with cats. That's just how that comes down. And then all the rest of them. Anyway, that is enough rambling from me. I'm sure y'all have got a bajillion questions. Actually, I've already had a bajillion questions for y'all, but that is where we're going to wrap it up here today. For now, that's all on this one. I will get this, as I say, fully uploaded over the weekend, and I'll see you on Sunday for some more actual Warframe. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend, and if you are anywhere in where it's bloody sweltering, remember to hydrate. Bye-bye.
Tab.